Hello, 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 children. Welcome in. Teresa, Matty. Oh, good lord. I don't know how I always forget this. The kick is a cesspool for bots. Anyways, let's give Maddie a toot on the raid horn. Hello, Kemian, the bear, Erin, Teresa, Matty. Hello, my friends. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And Grey Young says, hi, Santa. Not quite. I'm not quite that old. Getting there, though. Getting there. Matty, thank you. 10 months in a row. I can't believe it's been that long already. What an absolute legend. Welcome in, everyone. I know it has been a while since we've been on for anything. Milo, hello, and welcome in. 11 months. 10 and 11 months. Legendary. Each and every one of you. Come in, cheers, my friend. What? Hello, welcome in. Good to see you. Hello, hello, everyone. Grab your seats, settle in. You guys started a hype train already? How did you do that? Bear, welcome in, brother. Good to see you. I hope that everyone is doing well on this spectacular Sunday afternoon, evening. Your issue started when mine did. I feel like my issues are an omen. Could be. Could be. So today, you know, I guess I could wait until there are a few more folk in, but... Kay, thank you for the bits. Tips to the tavern keeper are always appreciated. Thank you kindly. Enjoy your sproutling pie there. Absolutely delicious. It's very earthy, very organic. Right after my that is true. That is when it happened. You never really know, huh? Things just sort of pop up when they want to. Belinda, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. Hello, 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 everyone. Settle in, grab your seats, fill your mugs. Wait, KX2 subscriber. KX2, who? KX2, who are you? I don't recognize the name KX2. But you subscribed to us. I'm so confused now, hang on. Good lord. You're a lurker, okay, well, wonderful. Well, welcome in, it's good to see you. Do you have a name that you prefer to be called by? I was so confused, and thank you for the bits, I appreciate that, that's very kind of you. Belinda, good evening, good evening, good evening. The background is different on TikTok versus Twitch. Indeed it is. On Twitch we have the old tavern background, and on TikTok we have sort of the more, I guess, sort of drawn tavern. Crap, I'm almost out of data. I'll come back when I'm home. Waffles until then. Happy Waffles, Milo. Half my regulars are lurkers. For storytelling channels, it's not unusual. Jeremy McDonald, hello, welcome in. So very glad you could join us. Because this image I don't have anymore. This was the original image that the lady and I made for the tavern. I'm pointing at it as if you can tell the difference. The one on Twitch is the original, and I don't have it anymore. It's only backed up inside of the software. And the one that's over on Twitch is a temporary one until we get a better one working. Kay works for me. I originally watched on Facebook and came over to Twitch about a year ago. Spectacular. That's wonderful to hear. I'm glad that you stuck around for so long. And I'm glad that you enjoy yourself in the tavern. I'm very glad. And it's good to... I don't know if we've interacted in the past, but if we haven't, I'm glad to finally meet you officially. Absolutely wonderful. I know since I've started actually narrating my views seem to have gone up a bit. Well, everybody loves a good story, and the nice thing about storytelling channels like this is that there's not a lot of pressure for people to interact. So you can just kind of show up and enjoy the time and have a nice story and be in a high energy, good environment, and it feels good to be there. So that's a lot of I don't at all grieve people for doing it. It's kind of what the tavern's built for. You know, you show up, you get your drink, you sit in the corner, you listen to a story, and it is what it is. Wisconsin Gamer, hello! That's another... Wisconsin Gamer. There's another new name for me that I don't recognize. Wisconsin Gamer, should I know who you are? I feel like I'm losing my mind because now I'm seeing all kinds of names on Twitch that I haven't seen before. But welcome in to everyone. Frost, hello, hello. Good to see you. Welcome in. I know you were in before, but welcome back, I should say. All kinds of wild happening today in the tavern. So now that most of the regulars are here, I'm officially snubbly wobbly. I'm new here. I recognize the name, but I feel like I should know your actual name, but I don't. Any which way, I'm glad to see you back. Hello. I do recognize your name, but I guess what I meant to say is, should I know your actual name? Nick. Where did you? Okay, now I'm on a quest. Nick, where did you start watching from? Where was the first place that you found the tavern? I guess I should say. Was it on Twitch? Did you come from TikTok, Facebook, YouTube? Where did... Letha, hello, welcome in. Somebody glad that you could join us. Drop in. Sinomi, hello. Good to see you. Welcome in. So while I'm waiting for the... Found you on TikTok first, and then... What's your name on TikTok? So for yeah, okay, yes, okay, I do know you. I do know that. All right, okay, my brain does work. Yes. Okay. Good to see you again, Nick. I'm glad that you dropped in with us. I was so confused for a minute, but I recognize your last name. You have a very unique last name, so I recognize it. Yeah, because I felt bad because he said he'd been here before. I'm like, I don't recognize that particular tag, and my brain was fretting over it because I'd seen it before, but I couldn't put it to another name. Yes, but I do recognize your full name, and I'm glad that you're in. I try very hard for it. Like, we've now gotten to a point where there are probably about 150 regulars in that regularly come through the different portals of the tavern, and I would really love to remember all of you because you're very important to the lady and I. So the more you guys interact, the more I can remember, and that helps me a lot. I appreciate it. Frost, thank you for the resub, my friend. Enjoy your mead of the morning star, brother. Thank you kindly. Not a lot of people can pronounce my Germanic last name. It's, it would be... Hang on, let me see it again. It would be Westerhausen, yeah? Do you pronounce the W the Germanic way? Do you say Westerhausen or do you say Westerhausen? Yeah, I like to remember. Sid, hello, good to see you. Welcome in over on TikTok. Welcome. I try my best to remember all of you. And I know sometimes I fail, but it's not because I want to. It's because I have a lot of head trauma. Samantha, hello, welcome in over on TikTok. Good to see you. Grab your seat, settle in. Yes, sir. I pronounce it both ways. Just fun for me mainly. Yeah, well, having an interesting last name is a good way to tease people. Jessica, hello. Good to see you. Welcome in. Wait, didn't you already drop in? No, it was Belinda who dropped in. Hello, Jessica. Good to see you. Samantha, thank you for the roses. Tips of the tavern, keep it always appreciated. Haha, very relatable. Every day is a new day with a very bad memory. And you guys have to understand, like, I've never had a particularly good memory. For people. Like I love people, but names I am terrible with. I remember faces very well. Like you can, if I meet you and you tell me all kinds of things about yourself, I'll remember everything about you. I'll remember your job. I'll remember whatever stories you tell me. Generally, I'll remember them. Not perfectly, mind you, but generally I'll remember them. But names escape me every single time. I will remember almost everything you tell me about yourself, but the name, unless you have a very unique name, I'll forget. Megan, thank you for following over on TikTok. Very glad that you could join us. You've marked the tavern on your map. Should be able to find your way back the very next time you seek a story. I like that song in the background. It's giving 90s song that just went off. Do I have music in the background? Oh, I do. Interesting. I didn't even know I had music playing. It was a bit of a nightmare for my Drews in boot camp. They just referred to me as W12. That is funny. The music is not up very loud. I have it very low. I can turn it up a little bit though. Turn it up a little bit here. And we'll turn it up a little bit over here. It's because some of you like the music to be a little bit louder, and some of you like it to be a little bit lighter. So I try to find a happy medium. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet for a second. Tell me if you can hear the music. Can you hear it? She's like, no. Cool either way. I have gone over the PDFs you sent me. I'm just gonna okay, everybody on TikTok, your ears are gonna get blown out for a second. I'm just gonna turn it up so Destiny can hear it. How about now? Kinda, maybe. All right. Well, I'm not gonna blow everybody else's eardrums out because Destiny has tinnitus, so we'll just leave it how it is. Yeah, I did start going over it. The lady and I have been on a rapid work spree these last couple of weeks. See, I have a hard time hearing quieter sounds too because I've had too many things blow up next to my head. A joyful clairvoyant, a happy medium. Exactly, Bear. Exactly. So, what we're going to talk about today, while we wait for the lady to prepare for us, is some of you who are in the guild will already know this, and some of you who are not in the guild will not have heard this. But the tavern is going to start hosting monthly writing competitions. I say monthly, the length of them is actually going to be about 6 weeks. We will give a fresh writing prompt every 4 weeks, and the competitions themselves last 6 weeks. And at the end of a year, the lady and I are going to take all the stories that win, and there's no certain amount of stories that can win. It's going to be based on quality. So there'll be a community pick, and then the lady and I will likely pick one from every group, and it may actually end up being the same story. Like if the community pick and mine and the ladies pick end up being the same one, then from a particular set there might only be one story that gets through. or the lady and I might also each pick one, or the community might be tied on one. I haven't set solid rules for that because I want to keep it open so that the good stories can come through. And what we're going to do is we're going to take all of those stories at the end of the year, next year, at the end of next year, and hopefully we'll do this annually. We're going to put them all together into a compilation. The lady will do a custom cover illustration for each story. And then we are going to publish those in a collection called Tavern Tales. And they will be stories made for Tavern Folk by Tavern Folk. I've noticed the rapid work with all the we're trying very hard to get back to a point where we are consistently putting out stories for all of you guys. It is exactly right what we want to see. Susan, thank you for the heart me, I appreciate it. Tips at the Tavern Keeper, always appreciated. Yes, you can, Nick. Yes, you can. If you're over in the guild, we have the writing competition just started. I just announced it on Friday. And actually, I'll bring it up and read the prompt for you guys, so you know if you're interested. Give me just a sec. We're gonna bring this up over here. So this is October's writing prompt. It's called The Serpent's Door. The story must be told from the first person point of view. Your narrator must be a character who is an original character or yourself who is from or on a world that is not our own. The genre is fantasy. The story must end with your character finding a freestanding door, wooden and ornate, appearing both ancient and new, with a sign hanging above it of a black-winged serpent entwined over itself in the water. So that is the prompt. You're basically writing a story about a character who is from or on another world, but the entire themality of the first volume is going to be other worlds. The theme of our first volume is other worlds. Oh, I got begged, so I have a question. Can I do a story set in my story's universe for the competition? Just curious. But I have an idea for it, but I want to know if it's being set in the story's galaxies. Okay. It can be in any world as long as that world is not ours. Wait, what did Bear say? What? Oh, the joyful clairvoyant, yes. Now, we were doing these writing competitions a little while back, but we weren't really sure what we wanted to do with them. So the lady and I have actually taken the last year to really get into sorts what we want to do as far as encouraging writing and teaching and encouraging proper storytelling. So it's been a hell of a thing, and we're both very excited about it. So if you are not yet in the guild and you are interested in writing in the writing competition, you can join the guild. Any of the barkeeps can help you get in, and the once you're in, there'll be plenty of people in to help you. For any of you who do write and you would like criticisms on it, not yet. I haven't decided when yet, so don't get too excited. But I'm going to hold either a monthly or bi-monthly sort of free workshop over in the guild for writers, writers and storytellers. That's my job is to volunteer you to do stuff, Ross. That's what my job as the tavern keeper is to volunteer the barkeeps to do things. Voluntelling, yeah, really voluntelling is more accurate. But I will start doing at some point. It'll probably be after Yuletide this year, because the lady and I have something like 80 videos planned between now and I've been voluntold before. the probably after Yuletide, because the lady and I have about 80 videos we want to get done before the end of the year, as well as 2 books that we would like to have finished by the end of the year. Bog, hello, welcome in, my friends. I'm very glad that you could join us. Grab a seat, settle in. Jonathan, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. I like your look, but who are you? Well, I am Castle. This is my tavern, and here we talk about myth. Wait, what did I say? I am Castle, this is my tavern, and here we talk about myth and lore and tales of yore, and every now and again I read you all a bedtime story. This is a tavern at the end of the world where all stories eventually come to rest. And you have stumbled in through one of our many portals because you sought a story. No, in my head I heard myself say, I am tavern and this is my castle. Yeah, I don't know if that's what I said, but in my head that's what I heard myself say. That's why I stopped. I was like, wait, what did I say? Thank you guys. Ads coming up. Can we just toss Frost and Eyes in from last year? Sure. Bear, sure. And I've arrived from a space station on the edge of the universe, orbiting the tavern on the edge of the world. But to more aptly answer your question, Bog, my name is Castle. My wife and I, we run the Black Dragon Tavern, and this is a place where we focus on the traditional art of storytelling. I am a traditional and classically trained storyteller, and my conscript is to bring the tradition of storytelling back to its zenith, and to help foster the next generation of young storytellers, while also just ensuring that all of you get to have a little bit of whimsy and warmth in your life. That works too. You are the tavern is you. Fair enough, Jonathan, fair enough. And yeah, anybody who has the little symbol next to their name, they're a barkeep and they can help you out. It did take me a bit to get to that. I didn't see it pinned. That was my fault. Or a lunchtime story, depending on where you are. Yeah, it could be a lunchtime story. Could be. Yeah, you have a little symbol next to your name that marks you as being a barkeep, a moderator over on TikTok. Okay, so the last thing that I have to announce is that we are finally getting into the Twisted Fate story. As long as he does it in the southern accent again. Also, Castle, you raid Falcor one time. Now I'm deep in the ASMR side of Twitch and friends with an ASMR lady now. That'll happen. You gotta be careful. ASMR is like a sand pit. It'll just draw you in. You have to be very careful. So, for those of you who do not know what Twisted Fates is, the lady and I also write original stories. And last year, we committed to a project that was supposed to start 11 months ago and did not. Rachel, hello, welcome in, good to see you. Where I wrote 10 original characters. From those 10 original characters, the 5 main platforms on which we create stories voted on which character they would like. So each of those platforms is now assigned a character. That's YouTube, that's TikTok, that's Facebook, that's Instagram, and then that's the guild. So each one of those platforms has their own character, and I will be putting out chapters from those characters' perspectives, and then you, as the community, will decide their fate. It's basically like a big game of Dungeons and Dragons. You're all playing a single character, and then I tell you what happens, and then you decide what the character is going to do next, and then I write the next chapter based off of that. And today, I am going to read through, before the lady gets on, I am going to read through all of the chapters that we currently have. This would be the only time that these are going to be read in one place. Otherwise, you'll have to go to all of the other different platforms to see them. Lady J, thank you kindly for the follow. You've marked the tavern on your map. You should be able to find your way back the next time you sing a story. And thank you for the heart, me. Tips of the tavern keeper always appreciated. So yes, we're going to run ads real quick over on Twitch, and then we're going to read, for the first and only time in one place, the Twisted Face chapters. So let me bring those up real quick. Maybe, perhaps. Working on it. All right. I have like 1,000 drafts of this, so I have to make sure I have the right one. Bogwitch, Bog, I don't know why I said Bogwitch. Bog, thank you for the heart, and for the heart signal. I appreciate you for that. Thank you kindly. Okay, yeah, I've got the right one here. Just read them all. Yeah. Well, I really wanted this to have a particular feel, and I really particularly wanted this to be from the first person, so that each character's story is happening in real time. And I've gone through a lot of trial and error to get it the way that I wanted it. And I've been sending it out to dozens and dozens of people to get criticisms. And I think I finally got it where I like it. If I don't, in retrospect, when we put it out as a book, I'll correct the things that I don't like. For now, I made you guys wait a whole year for this, so I'm not going to make you guys wait anymore. So guys, minute and 20 seconds, and then we'll start reading the thing. I actually don't remember who all is on what platform either. I have to go and look. I do know that Silas is the guild character. I think that Lyris is on TikTok. Yeah, I don't remember where each one is. I'm gonna have to go and look. But basically what will happen is I'll read the chapters aloud, so it'll be like an audiobook. And you guys will get to hear the story. And then at the end of that, they'll be presented with 2 to 3 options of what the character can do. And then I'll put up a poll, or we'll vote in the comments, whatever the platform allows for us to do. And whatever you guys decide, I will then start working immediately on the next chapter based on what everyone decided. And eventually, it'll probably take about a year. After a year, we'll probably have enough that it'll be the end of the story. It might even be less than that, if you guys decide to be particularly cruel to your characters. Because the stakes are very real in this story. Stakes are very real. This is going to be run essentially the same way that my D&D campaigns get run. which for any of you who've never played D&D with me, it can get very brutal if you're not paying attention. Is Emir Isbrander a good name for a character inspired by Emir? It could be. It depends on what you want the character to, the character's conscript, what you want them to be doing. Yeah, the way that we do D&D is that I write a world and then the characters act out the story. So the world has a bunch of things that are already going on, and regardless of the decisions that you make, as time passes and decisions pass, there are things actively going on in the world. And in my D&D games, if you sat and just did nothing, something would eventually happen to you. Like there's no getting away from the story in my D&D games, but the decisions that you make are all taken into consideration into that global story that I put together. So those D&D games get to be chaotic. The one that Destiny is talking about is that story started out with them clearing rats and spiders out of a sewer in a village, and ended with them being enslaved servants to the goddess Loth, who is the queen of the pit and the driders. Happily enslaved, many of them, yeah. Now I worry most of my favorite characters in books tend to die. I don't like killing off characters. I don't. But I am going hands off with what everyone chooses. In this story, I'm gonna let the community 100% decide what happens. I have predeterminations for what is going on in the world, and you guys are going to decide everything that happens. So, it will. I love these, and I've fallen in love with a lot of these characters. So I don't want the characters to die, but if they do end up dying, then it's gonna be, it's gonna be based on your guys' choices. All right, I think ads are done. Yes, they are. All right. So, well, I guess I should ask. Do you guys want to hear the chapters? Should we read them all together? Because this will be the only time that they'll ever be read all in one place. It's still going for me. It's still going for me, Teresa. The problem here are my Scottish background doesn't let me part with money without good reason. And I'm an old softy, so I'll probably keep him. Fair enough. I would think that is a resounding yes. Yes, please read them. Okay, all right. I just want to make sure. Like, I never want to impose upon you all anything that you don't want. So let's go ahead. Now, I've done the prologue before. The prologue has changed a little bit. Do we want to start with the prologue? Because I know some of you haven't heard this story. And the prologue is very important for setting up the world as it goes. As if you could, right? All right. We'll do the prologue first, and then I'll take a break after each chapter to get you guys' feedback, I guess. The prologue is entitled "Visions in the Dark." The dark had always been my refuge. It hushed the world when its noise pressed too close. When thought and feeling threatened to tear me apart. But that night the quiet turned strange, hostile. It thickened in the corners of my chamber as though it had grown claws. The stillness pressed in on me. Each breath scraped against my ribs. A tremor rose inside, not of cold, but of some alien shudder, as if my bones were made of glass, brittle and ready to break beneath the weight I could not see. Then it tore me open. No warning, no mercy, something buried at the root of me split, and all at once I was flayed from within, my mind cracked, and a torrent rushed in, too vast and too jagged, hurling me beneath it. Fire came first. A beast of flame devoured the world scarlet and gold. Through the smoke I saw a forge that burned with silver light, cold as frost. At its heart spun a sphere of crystal-veined gears, pulsing faster and faster until it shattered. A silent concussion ripped outwards as if a hole had been punched through being itself. Ash drifted like rain. From it stepped a figure in fine robes, a silver sun pin gleaming at the collar. A darker shape struck through its back. A pain seared my own spine. The taste of betrayal filled my mouth, bitter as iron. The vision lurched. A man knelt on broken earth, and from the soil erupted vines and pale blossoms. They surged upward with the force so great it crushed him, dragging him down beneath their weight. My chest locked tight. I could not draw breath. The sky dissolved, black oil churned above, shadows spilling down in torrents. Light was not fading. It was being unmade. The forest withered to dust. Villages sank stone by stone into nothingness, and even the echo of laughter vanished, leaving silence louder than screams. Yet within the ruin a grove remained. Its leaves glowed faint green, pulsing like the last heartbeat of the world. A wall of noiseless fire encircled it, and before that fire stood a figure, shaped from shadow and thin moonlight. It raised a white staff, straining as though it held the very collapse of the world at bay. For one breathless instant, awe pierced my terror. Then the fire surged with hunger, and the trees cried out without sound. Their bark split wetly, tearing like flesh. The ground convulsed beneath me and split open, spewing the stink of hot iron and blood so sharp it burned my throat. The shapes lurched in the smoke. Their forms sagged and ran like molten pitch, mouths gaping in silent screams. Were they fleeing the fire or becoming it? I could not tell. The wind rose in a chorus of broken voices, shrieks that clawed through the hollows of my soul, swearing I never forget them. Something crushed into the earth before me with a crack of bone. A circlet of dull gold lay twisted among the ruin, its edge jagged, a single wheat sheaf etched upon the shard. My hand reached out without my will, and the sharp edge cut deep. Blood welled, smoking as if it hated the air. The fire closed over me, searing my lungs. The ground bucked, the air shrieked, and the world dissolved into silence. A silence so complete my skull rang with it, and in that crushing stillness, something opened. An eye, vast and ancient. It did not look at me, it entered me, skin, bone, memory, nothing held. It rummaged through my marrow like a thief, dragging up shame I had buried in deepest dark. It tore my name from the root of my soul and fixed on me a doom I could not escape. The sharpness of that knowledge more intense than the fire. The world was ending, or I was. I screamed. The air slams into my lungs. I jolt upright, gasping, sweat cold against my skin. My heart hammers like it will break free of my chest. The sheets cling to my legs as I thrash them loose. My hands claw at the mattress, desperate to hold something solid. They're unmarked. No blood, no smoke. The room stands whole. chest by the wall, frost stiff boots by the door. Dawn presses through the shutters, grey and indifferent. But the fire is still in me. The taste of ash coats my tongue. The shadows cling to my eyes. And then the silence is worse than the screams. In that silence, a single thought forces its way through my terror. Elias. I have to reach Elias. Sid, thank you for the night star. I appreciate you. Thank you kindly. Kayla, hello, welcome in. Good to see you. And that is the prologue. That is how the story begins. I got my sinuses cleaned on Tuesday, and I can still taste the medicine they use. Oh, that's rough. That is rough. Hang on. For some odd reason... Back just shutting down the main floor, so I'm AFK in here, alright? Ramir is similar to, but different from Emil. Sort of like a warlord who was defeated and imprisoned, but his death is widely accepted a false story. And his power is ice-based. Interesting. So, I have been told that this prologue is very intense, and it's kind of hard to keep up with. But it slows down dramatically after this point. So if I didn't miss anyone, we'll carry on to chapter 1. And make sure I didn't miss anything. Richard, hello my friend, good to see you, welcome in. We are reading the stories for Twisted Fates. Or reading the chapters for Twisted Fates, the first 5 chapters and the prologue. On the bright side, I haven't sneezed in a few days, that's wonderful. That's actually, that is a wonderful thing. Alright. Alright, are we ready for chapter 1? Just a sec. Oh, you know what? I think oh, did I read the wrong one? I think I read the wrong one. I might have read the wrong draft. Dang it. Damn it, I don't actually remember which draft I finished on. Molly Sue, hello, welcome in, good to see you. Oh, I probably should have gone and confirmed this before I promised to read it to all of you. You know what? I'll read through the version that I started. I'll read through this draft, and if this doesn't end up being the draft that is released, I apologize. But I thought that I had it correct, but I guess there's a possibility that I do not. So we're gonna have to see. But yeah, let's go ahead and we'll move on to chapter 1. Chapter 1. So all of the chapters are chapter 1 because they are the first chapters of each character. Chapter 1 for this section is Lyris Thrinshade. A damp, clinging haze veils Sea Drake Harbor, heavy with brine, rotting dockwood, and the sharp sting of the shipwright's forges. The smell still knots my stomach. It has been a month and a half since I washed up on the rocks, cast off from a merchant's cog. My body sickened from the river journey. Hang on. I genuinely don't remember which. Okay. Alright. I'm a little bit grumpy here because I really wish I had. My documents are terribly organized. It'd be hard to believe with the amount of work the lady and I put out, but I'm really bad at organizing my books. Okay, no, I committed to it. We're gonna finish reading this draft. I don't think this is the right one, but we're gonna keep reading this draft. The smell still knots my stomach. It has been a month and a half since I washed up on the rocks. Cast off from a merchant cog, my body sickened from the river's journey and the sea's harsher pull. I thought the open water would be no different, that I could use my foresight to earn a berth as a lookout. Foolish hope. The sickness nearly killed me, and when I was no use, they threw me overboard. Below my window, the harbor shifts and sighs. Deep-keeled cargo wains groan against the tide. Unseen gulls cry like knives in the fog, and the horns of outbound freighters fade like titans, calling into the grey mouth of the bay. From my perch in the attic hall of the Marlowe Manor, my hand resting against a cold pane of glass, I watch the mist drift through narrow alleys. It curls around soot-stained chimneys and blurs the market square into a wash of grey shapes. A rare stillness settles in me, then quickly knots into unease. Quiet this deep often comes before trouble. I turn from the window and cross to my cot. The small room still holds the night's chill, but it is mine. I sit and draw the dress Solara gave me across my lap. Sea-dyed cotton, blue as dusk. Softer than I'd ever worn. I feel like a stray animal she claimed, insisting I was hers, grinning like a child. Kindness without hidden terms still pricks my caution. So I repay the only way I know. Work, sweep the hearths, sort relics, endure the kitchen matron's tongue, and always, always watch. Hang on a second. Hang on. Just make sure you reread before you vote for the. Yeah. I I'm genuinely perturbed because I thought that I had this organized correctly, but now it's seeming like I don't. Yeah, I don't know what I did. I'm kind of wondering if I even made like a different document. All right, all right. I'm not going to keep obsessing over this. I am out of order. I because glorious Zottillo welcoming. So is it Zot or Zote? Welcoming. I am Castle. This is my tavern, and here we talk about myth and lore and tales of yore. And right now we are reading through Zot. Got it. Spectacular. Uh, we're waffling for the moment. We made a few community announcements, and now I'm reading through the chapters of a book that we are writing together. So essentially, I wrote 5 characters, and the platforms that the lady and I make stories on each got one, and you all now get to decide the fate of those characters by voting on what happens to them at the end of each chapter. And this is I'm pre-reading them for all of you patrons who showed up here today, so you can get an idea of it. Thank you for the waffles, Milu. Appreciate you. Yep, I can't guess where that accent is from. South Africa. Not South Africa. No, I'm originally from Ireland, Southern Ireland. I grew up mostly in Wicklow, but my family all sort of speak weird because half of my family, or a good portion of my family, are from north of Oslo, and then a bunch of us are from Limerick, and a bunch of us are. Yeah, I don't sound like a typical Irishman, so it's easy to get that thrown off. Even some Irish folk can't tell that I'm. Even some Irish folk can't tell that I'm Irish, so it's alright. So we'll put it to you, Castle. Do you want to make this the first part of Tuesday? Read it so you can be sure. I'm fine reading it like this. It's just because this isn't going to be the version that gets put out in video. I'm just perturbed because I was 100% sure that I had finished this, and the lady had approved all of the edits and the flow and everything. But the version that I'm reading, I don't like. So that's telling me that maybe I was away from it for too long and now it's bad, or I don't know. I don't know. I think part of the confusion is just the voice itself. How do you mean, Zol? I do know that my voice is unique. It is different. Yeah, I do have a strange voice, I'll admit that. And I've lived in the US for quite some time now, so I Americanize because most of my audience, we have a few 100,000 people a month who come through and watch us, not here on Twitch, but elsewhere. And a lot of my audience is American, so uh, I Americanize a little bit so that they can. He just sounds wonky. I do just sound wonky, it's true. A little bit broken. Uh, Okay, all right. I gotta make a decision here. Okay, I'm gonna read this other version because I don't like the version that I'm currently reading. I'm from Belgium, the Dutch part, and my inner monologue is English. So I got you. Whereabouts in Belgium? You say the Dutch part. Whereabouts in Belgium are you from? I have an uncle that lives out in Belgium. That's why I asked. What's obviously upsetting you, I'm totally fine waiting another day when you've collected it. Happy with presentation of what it is. I. Limburg. I don't know if I've ever been to Limburg. Hang on, I need to look at a map. Because I have an uncle that lives west of there. No? Yeah, west of there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that I've ever been there. It's a very pretty city, though. Agriculture province, basically. Oh, okay, I see. Thank you, Belinda. I appreciate it. I do like this other version better. Um, I'm just confused because I have it labeled a certain way, and the labels are what is perplexing me more than anything else. Kaylee, you said, I swear this time I'm going to go to bed early. I believe you. I believe that you will. All right. So I'll start Lyris's chapter over. So it's chapter 1, Lyris Thrinshade. A damp, clinging haze veils Seadrake Harbour this morning. Thick as matted fleece and acrid with the mingled sense of brine, rotting wood, and the hot metal sting of the shipwright's forges. It's a smell that brings a familiar knot to my stomach. It's been a month and a half since I was cast off from a merchant cog, my body fighting the dregs of the sickness that had gripped me on the river journey. I'd thought the open sea would be no different. A foolish, naive hope. I barely remember being found, a half-drowned wreck on the rocks. Below it, the harbour itself seems to shift and sigh. The timbers of the deep-killed cargo wains groan. Unseen gulls cry out, and the deep horns of the outbound freighters sound like the calls of titans fading into the grey mouth of the bay. From my perch, at an upper hole window of the Marlowe Manor, the glass cool where my hand rests, looking down into the damp, slate roof of the Glintright showroom, I watch the mist pour like slow grey water through the narrow stone alleys. It wraps around the old signposts and soot-stained chimney stacks, blurring the market square into a place of quiet, indistinct shapes. A rare breath of stillness settles in me, and an old, familiar tension quickly follows, a knot forming low in my stomach. Such quiet often comes before trouble. I turn from the window, shaking off the unease, and go to my cot. The attic room is small, but it is a place to myself. I sit at the edge of the narrow bed and reach for the dress Alara has given me. It's sea-dyed cotton, a soft blue of a dusk sky. Feels surprisingly fine. A reminder of the girl who carried me here, who declares me hers with a bright, almost childlike possessiveness, like one might claim a stray kitten. Kindness without obvious strings attached still prickles my caution. A lesson learned hard. It feels like a debt I try to work off by staying useful. So I work hard, and through it all I keep my eyes open. I watch the flow of people, the angle of a glance, and the closing of a door. It's a habit, a survivor's instinct. Boots on, laces pulled tight, hair bound back. Severe and practical. No time for the morning's lingering unease to settle deeper. The old manor sighs around me with its familiar morning sounds, a faint rhythmic hiss from a pipe buried somewhere deep in the ancient walls. The brash, impatient clatter of pans from the scullery far below, the aroma of brewing tea and stone warmed by a nearby hearth draws me downward. I take the narrow back stairs, my foot instinctively finding the slight dip in the warped third step, and move through the dim passage that connects the quiet of the house to the waking bustle of the shop. Even before I reach the archway, Caius's deep tones carry edge with irritation. Another voice, younger, trying to calm, answers him. All the crates from the shipment are secure, Master Caius, the younger voice was saying. Just the one remains. The harbour warden flagged it. Wouldn't say exactly why, just that it needed your eyes on it. Something about orders from the capital. He muttered around. Oh, something about the capital. He muttered around some unpleasantness with nobles upriver, apparently. Assure me it was a formality for you. It's still sealed, has the golden suncrest, with a sheaf of tied grain on the outside. If that means anything. I stood, a breath from the doorway. Listening before being seen is a deeply ingrained habit. Beyond the archway, the glint-bright shop glows, lanterns casting dancing reflections across polished copper instruments and cut glass displays. I feel the faint, subtle, sub-audible hum of the shelves, where relics and runic stones lie. Still potent with energy, the air is thick with the sense of metal polish, fine wood, and powdered star root. Mist, clinging to the tall shop windows, turns the entire room into a golden humming capsule. Caius Marlowe stands near the broad center table, arms crossed tight over his formidable chest, his jaw set hard. He glares down at one of his own messengers, a young lad I recognize from the docks, who fidgets with the strap of his oilskin satchel. Caius lets out a slow breath. Son in chief, eh? He rubs his chin. Unpleasant is a mild way of framing that whole mess up river, boy. He shakes his head, his voice tight with annoyance. And a delay from March shipment regardless. More whispers for the dockside idlers to chew on, no doubt. The messenger, hearing Caius's dark tone, shifts his way. That mess, Master Caius. Is it true, then? The talk from the mainland? About the old master from the academy, from Elderglen? His voice drops into a conspiratorial hush. They say he's a traitor. Robbed a noble house. Or so the talk goes. He's to be brought before the luminary. Caius waves his hand dismissively. Enough dockside chatter, boy. Elderglen's woes are their own concern. Now, be about your business. Elderglen. My breath hitches. A cold dread uncoils in my stomach. Sudden and sickening, and the solid floor beneath my boots seems to tilt. Elderglen. Elias. The name, his name, echoes in my mind like a struck bell. Sharp and terrible. I press myself flatter against the cool stone of the archway. The air squeezed from my lungs as the messenger nods quickly, fumbles with his tally sheet for Caius to sign, waits for the scrawled signature, and then bows and almost runs out into the fog. Laris! Caius's voice, gruff and unconcerned, cuts through the quiet. He hasn't turned. You're up, girl! Get in here! My heart still hammers against my ribs. I force my legs to move, stepping from the dim archway into the warm glow of the showroom. The sudden brightness makes my eyes water, or perhaps it isn't just the light. I blink, trying to gather my composure. You go to the river docks, Caius says, still not looking up. A stray parcel is being held by the Warden Veller's people. Dispatch is on the table. He gestures his chin towards a sealed letter. Is your authority. After that, good old bakery. The cook's done in order, fresh rolls, 3 bricks of yarn leaf tea. And tell good old if he has any of those blackroot biscuits, I'll take double. The letter lies on the polished wood, its Marlowe's crest stamped a little off-center. I haven't taken it yet. I can manage, Master Caius, I say, my voice barely a whisper. Before Caius can grunt, a loud clatter erupts from behind a towering stack of unopened crates. No, you absolutely will not steal her away, Father! Alara emerges, brandishing a small pry bar like a duelist's blade. We have priceless relics to inspect. Tell him, Lyris, tell him he's a tyrant. She is a whirlwind, a long, vibrant amber tunic, cinched at the waist with a braided cord from which dangles dozens of glittering charms, and they swirl about her. Her dark, curly hair escapes its pins, one of which looks like a carved bone key. Her sleeves are rolled high, revealing forearms smudged with soot and fresh ink. Alara! Kaya sighs, the sound deep with long practice.
Don't you Alara me?
She declares, stalking forward.
We agreed Lyris was going to help me sort through this new shipment from the glass fields of Solas this morning. I've been waiting 6 weeks for this. And she has an eye, father, a proper one. I've seen her spot a reworked fake faster than half those overpaid experts you hire from the guilds.
Caius finally straightens. She will go to the docks. She will collect our bread and tea. Then, Alara, if the sky has not fallen, she may assist you with your curios from the glass fields.
You're utterly impossible,
Alara huffs, flopping dramatically into a packing stool.
She should be uncrating priceless ash-glass daggers, not trudging through the fog for your breakfast loaves.
My own voice feels distant. The news about Elias is a raw wound.
I will be quick, Alara.
Alara turns her bright, assessing gaze to me. The pout from her argument fades, but her eyes search mine. For what? Reassurance, an ally? It's hard to tell.
You'd better be quick then,
she says, her voice softer. She taps my arm.
And no getting noticed by the harbour wardens. They're always looking for someone who looks useful, and you have competent and tragically mysterious written all over you.
I attempt to smile. It feels like a grimace, pulled taut over cold dread. Elias. Caius, indifferent to our exchange, merely grunts and moves towards the back of the showroom, already barking at an apprentice to sweep down those threshold runes. Alara watches him go, a small, knowing smile on her lips. She leans in conspiratorially, her voice a husky whisper that smells of starroot.
Don't let him or this place drag you into the grey, Lyris. You see things differently, I know you do. Come back, and we can pretend the world isn't entirely made of murky secrets.
Her words, meant kindly, land like pointed stones, each one a reminder of Elias, of Eldergren, of the secrets I desperately need to keep. I manage a single tight nod, unable to meet her searching gaze. Before she can probe further, I turn and step through the solid oak door into the embrace of the harbour. Or perhaps it's more. The mist hasn't lifted. It coils around me, thick and tasting of salt and soot. The cobblestones underfoot are slick and uneven. Mooring ropes, thick as a man's arm, hang from the shadowed poles. And the great cargo wains sit like sleeping beasts behind the fog, their rune-etched lanterns pulsing like deep, slow hearts. From somewhere out on the water, a bell tolls twice, its chime deep and measured. The city feels agitated, a low thrum of unease beneath its usual morning bustle. Just as I round the first corner, I hear the creak of the Glintrite's upper window being forced open. Alara leans out, her bright tunic a splash of colour against the grey.
Lyris, she calls. Don't think I won't start examining the Solos shipment without you. And if I find anything truly spectacular, say a Class 3 Rivers Hex or a genuine Siren Stone song, and you're not here to share the discovery, I shall be deeply put out and probably lie and tell you it was just all boring old copper.
Even from this distance I can see her grin, vivid and full of life. I pause there at the edge of the Glintrite's relative warmth, the harbour's chill mist swirling just beyond. Alara's words are bright, tempting lure. That shipment, she's spoken of its wonders for the entire month, and half I've been here. To finally see it, to touch the relics from the glass fields of Solas. Part of me yearns to share, for that shared spark of discovery with her. Small taste of something normal, even exciting. But then there's Caius. His gruff generosity gives me shelter. A place where I am not immediately threatened. Disobeying his direct order for the docks, that troublesome parcel, feels like a poor way to repay that. And under it all, news about Elias throbs like a fresh bruise. Elderglen, treason. Because of me. The guilt is sharp and bitter, mixed with an older, deeper ache. The sting of betrayal I still carry from the last days at the academy. He helped me, yes, but he also used me. And yet the thought of him imprisoned, facing the luminary because of my flight. I glance towards the docks and then back at the glowing window where Alara waits. Down by the wharves, the great river wains prepare for their slow journey back upriver. Back towards the capital. Back towards Elderglen. The path Caius has set for me leads one way. Alara's invitation another. And that long, misty river whispers a third, far more dangerous possibility. And for a long moment, I do nothing at all. And so ends Chapter 1 of Lyris Thrinshade's story. Benjamin, hello my friend, welcome in. Thank you for the heart me. Tips to the tavern keeper are always appreciated. Tyson, hello my friend, good to see you. Guten Abend. Or I guess guten Nacht in some ways. It's almost 4 a.m. It is 6:45 for me. How does one become a bartender on the Facebook portal of the tavern? Well, you've been a member of the tavern for a while, so are you in the guild, Jonathan? That's the one thing, is that I have to have all of the barkeeps in the guild so that they can all communicate with one another. And Jonathan, thank you for the stars, my friend. I didn't even see those come in. Thank you kindly. I had my head down. Enjoy your breed's blessing and whatever else you got. I appreciate it. Someone named Bart, please don't end me. Nearly 7 p.m. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. Thank you for the tips to the tavern keeper. Shooting stars over the tavern, my friend. I appreciate you very much. But yeah, Jonathan, if you are over in the guild, you can become a barkeep. Well, Jonathan, Benjamin, I'm glad that you could drop in, my friend. Thank you for dropping a heart me and spending a little bit of time. I appreciate you. Have a good rest. I will be back on Tuesday for regular story time, providing that we don't have any issues. Did I say that? Sorry, Matty. Yeah, it's 6:45. Clearly my brain's not working well this fine evening. Dylan, hello, my friend. I'm so glad that you could drop in. Wes, hello, greetings, storyteller. Long time no see. Sorry, work changing a lot. It's all right. I'm glad that you made it. Every time Castle does a female voice, I always forget he can actually do that. Dylan, I'm glad that you made it in. It's very good to see you. Welcome, welcome. We are presently reading chapters from a book that the lady and I are writing, tentatively called Twisted Fates. And I assigned a character to each one of the platforms we make stories on. That's YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and the Guild. And we will be putting out videos on each one of these chapters where I will have read them. And then you guys will decide what happens with the characters. You will decide the fates of those characters and what happens to them. And then I will write the next chapter based on the decisions that all of you make. To be fair, most people's Irish accents are very bad. And according to Mix, my Irish accent is very bad too. And I grew up there, so it's impossible to do a good Irish accent. Every Irishman will have something to complain about. Alright, are we ready for the next chapter, friends? But Dylan, I'm glad that you made it in. I don't know if you're still in, but if you are still in, I'm glad that you were able to drop in. Very good to see you. Jonathan, if you message Gilded Support, they'll help you get it all sorted out to get back in. I was also curious about something I messaged you about. Was it something recently or was it something a long time ago? If it was something a long time ago, I apologize that I forgot. That happens often, and more often than I would like to admit. Tyson, we are reading the Twisted Fates chapters. It's the only time I'm going to read them all in one place. After this, they will be up on their individual platforms for each character who has a character. And then, or for each platform that has a character. And then we'll go on from there. Oh, okay. I haven't checked my messages today. But I'll check them as soon as I'm off. I'll actually be hopping off here in a bit. Because the lady's actually reading tonight. I'm just, that is the tavern story, correct. Darth Nexus, my friend. Hello, welcome in. Good to see you. Alright, are you guys ready for the next chapter? I presume so. Let us continue. Chapter 1. Joran Felwick. I think this will be the first time anyone has heard Joran's chapter ever. Because we've done Lyris's chapter before and we've done the prologue. This might be the first time I've ever read Joran's chapter out. So, here we go. The forge-bound quarter wakes in stages, like an old bellows catching its first breath. First comes the low, churning belch of a deep forge a block away. A tremor I feel more in the sole of my right boot than my left. A dull vibration through the dusk steel of my leg. Then the lines of the bright threaded current overhead begin to buzz. A faint hum weaving from lamp to lamp down the brick-slick street. The air grows thick with the familiar taste of soot and steel dust. The kind that coats your throat. It's a good smell. It reminds me of home. I stop outside Master Ulrich's shop. The green-tinged ward line above the door pulses with a steady, low-level charge, flickering where it crosses the older, deep-carved protective sigil in the lintel. Even through the decades of grime and polish, I can trace the faint outline of the Forbidden Guild seal. A split gear with 12 cog runes, one for each of the lost crafts. He painted over it years ago, of course. Still a burn mark that deep doesn't just go away. You can always see the shape of it if you know where to look. Pushing through the heavy door, the workshop's atmosphere hits me. A wave of warmth and the scents of hot resin, ozone, and the sharp tang of coil ink. It's a smell that works its way into your skin and stays there. Believe me, I've tried to scrub it out. The whole space is alive, with a low hum of contained power. The overhead siphons buzz as they draw in ambient charge for later. On the counters, our projects lie in what most would call a mess. A tray of fractured shard glass prisms needing recalibration, a set of warped keystone cores that failed their stress tests, a tangle of runic tethers with scorched, useless clamps. To me, though, it looks like progress. Master Ulrich does not look up when I come through the door, his concentration fixed on a diagnostic rig holding a large shard glass prism. He nudges a tray of what looks like echo dust with his elbow to clear the space. "About time, Felwick," he mutters. "Sleep through the morning tremor?"
"Didn't feel one, Master."
He grunts.
"You slept through it then?" "Ground shook enough to rattle the jars on the high shelf."
I drop my satchel onto its designated hook and brush the morning's grime from my shoulders.
Maybe I'm just getting used to living in the city.
He finally looks up, peering over the top of his half-lens spectacles.
"Careful with that. You grow roots in this city, someone's bound to come along with a shovel and try to sell you clippings for profits."
He wipes his hands on an already stained rag.
"Speaking of which..."
He jerks his chin towards a heavy-set crate in the back bench.
"Wardens dropped that off before dawn. Flagged for inspection."
My interest quickens.
Flagged for what reason?
"It buzzed on the dot,"
Ulrich says, turning his back to his work.
"Set off the harmonic wards as it passed. Low resonance, but irregular. Enough to make their captain nervous."
Irregular resonance. That means old tech, likely. Or something wild. Potentially dangerous, but also a fascinating puzzle.
Did they say what's inside?
I asked, moving closer. Ulrich shakes his head.
"Didn't crack the seal. There wasn't an artificer's signature on the assessment sheet, so they left it to us."
He pauses, a hint of dry amusement in his tone.
"Or rather, they left it to the only registered master artificer in the quarter, willing to touch things the guilds won't."
I take the pry hook he offers, its worn metal cool in my grasp.
"Hold on, lad,"
Ulrich says, his voice dropping.
"Not out here, on the open bench."
He gestures towards the iron-reinforced containment station in the far corner.
"Bring it over."
We move the crate together. Once it's settled, Ulrich walks to the main door and slides a heavy iron bolt into place with a resounding thud. Dim runes in the doorframe pulse with a brief amber light.
"The screens, Felwick,"
he commands. I roll the heavy-wheeled shield of layered dodge tray into place, and he positions its twin.
"Coils on,"
Ulrich says, turning a large brass dial on a control panel. A low-pitched hum fills the workshop as the energy-absorbing coils embedded in the walls and floor activate. This is the full lockdown, reserved for unknowns. Finally, he tosses me a pair of thick Kiraskin gloves.
"All right, now we see what has the warden so jumpy."
I pull on the heavy gloves, the memory of my own accident, a permanent cautionary brand. Crouching beside the crate, my left leg, a polished dust steel prosthesis, gives a soft series of mechanical clicks. The clasp appears strangely dry and brittle. When I slide the pry hook tip under the lid, the metal itself crumbles into useless oxidized fragments with a dry snap. A scent immediately washes over us. Old copper, resin, and an acrid undertone, like scorched nettles after a burst of sky fire. I fold back the heavy cloth lining. Inside, nestled in thick pads of raw mob crepe fiber, the material known for its ability to dampen harmonic signatures, are three distinct shapes, each tightly wrapped in black velvet. I carefully lift the first item, a pair of Chandler's gauntlets.
Unusual quality on these,
I observed, leaning in closer.
perfectly cut. A noble house commission for certain.
Ulrich grunts, handing me a magnification lens.
Forget the stones. Look at that interior weave.
I peer through the glass, and he's right. The gems are integrated into a fine silvery mesh of power conduits woven into the lining. The palm contains articulated metal plates.
A dispersal array,
I realized aloud.
to shunt kinetic force.
Aye.
Ulrich confirms. Already pulling a heavy tome from a shelf. He flips through the pages thick with diagrams.
Custom work. For a bodyguard or a champion. Someone paid to give and receive a serious beating. Battle work.
I take a slow breath, admiring the deadly precision before setting them aside. The second item is heavier. I peel back the velvet. The familiar shape resolves into a matched pair of Skyfire rods.
Restricted military design.
I say, running a gloved finger along the tightly wound copper discharge coils.
Schematics are an ideal.
Ulrich mutters. Taking one from my hands, he squints at the cap, where the dust glass node meets the iron shaft.
Reality is sloppier. Look here. The soldering is clumsy. Too much heat. Applied too fast. A rush job.
I take the rod back, angling it to see the flaw. It's undeniable. It would
bleed harmonic energy.
I say.
Worse.
Ulrich corrects, his voice grim.
On a full draw, that bleed can mark a feedback loop. Catastrophic failure.
He tosses the rod back into the velvet with a dismissive clatter.
Either a back alley imitation made to fool a buyer with more coin than sense, or a weapon built by someone that had no intention of ever answering for its flaws.
Then I reach the final item, a blade. I unwrapped it slowly. It's dusk steel, forged to a dull, hungry gleam that seems to drink the lantern light. The craftsmanship is masterful, ancient, far superior to the rods, but the glyphs etched along its flat make me pause. They are fluid, predatory, utterly alien.
Master Ulrich,
I say quietly.
I don't recognize this script.
He leans closer, his earlier cynicism gone, replaced by a focused intensity.
Neither do I. That's old. Very old.
As we watch, the black velvet where the blade's edge rests begins to change. It curls inward.
Neither do I. That's old. Very old.
As we watch, the black velvet where the blade's edge rests begins to change. It curls inward, the deep black color draining away, leaving a rapidly expanding line of brittle grey husk.
It's pulling moisture from the air.
I reason aloud.
Is it all it's doing, lad?
Ulrich mutters.
Look closer.
I do. It isn't just drying the velvet. It's pulling the very substance from the fibers. With a gloved finger, I touch the fabric near the grey line. It's warm. The blade is cold, but the area around it generates a faint heat. It's draining essence, I breathe. Ulrich picks up a small oil can. He lets a single viscous drop fall into the wood an inch from the blade. We watch as the drop seems to stretch, pulling itself along the grain towards the blade before thinning into nothing. The blade seems to hum with a faint, almost imperceptible satisfaction.
A vampiric artifact,
Ulrich states, his voice grim.
It drinks the vitality of anything close by. In the hands of a skilled chandler,
He trails off, shaking his head at an unspoken horror.
question is, why is an ancient life-drinking weapon being shipped under the Tillerain sun in sheath?
He scans the now empty crate one last time, his eyes narrowed. He runs a gloved finger along the interior edge, pausing at a nearly invisible seam. With a grunt, he presses down. A section of the crate floor clicks open, revealing a shallow, hidden compartment. Lying inside is a thin, leather-bound ledger. My brows furrow. Ledger? Nothing about that makes sense. Oderic lifts the book out. He flips the worn cover open, his expression grim as he turns a few pages. He stops on a particular entry and his lips tightening.
Rorik,
He says, the name dropping into the quiet like a piece of falling slag. The name doesn't click at first. It does, with a jolt of disbelief.
Tillerain. Rorik Tillerain.
Ulrich nods once.
his signature, clear as day, on the intake manifest.
Rorik Tillerain. Tried to place him. I worked on a set of their seed conductors last season. Beautifully made, stamped the same sun and sheath. The merchants always called him the diplomat son. How does a man like that end up with his name on a manifest for this? The pieces don't connect. With a decisive snap, Ulrich closes the ledger.
Wrap it all back up,
He says, his voice final.
seal the crate, we're done here.
We work in silence. I rewrap each artifact, my mind racing. When the wardens come to collect the crate, it feels like watching a priceless set of unanswerable questions being locked away forever. Ulrich sees them out and then immediately goes back to his diagnostic rig. His shoulders set. The matter is closed. But it isn't closed for me. All afternoon as I try to work on calibrating surveyor's lenses, my focus shatters. I pick up a lens, but in my mind's eye, I see the flawed smoldering of the Skyfire rod. I reach for a polishing cloth, and instead remember the fluid, predatory lines of the blade's alien glyphs. The name Rorik Tillerain surfaces, a dissonant note of political trouble that I immediately push aside. It's a problem for the nobles. The blade. That is a question of craft, a puzzle demanding to be solved. Oderic leaves at dusk. I stay long after. Cleaning tools I've already cleaned. Silence of the workshop amplifying the churn of my thoughts. I know I should leave it alone. It's dangerous. It's foolish. And yet, the thought of that blade sitting in a dark, dusty storehouse, a masterpiece of forbidden engineering waiting to be understood. I put down my rag. My decision made not in my head but in my hands. I slip a small pouch with a pry tool and a few diagnostic lenses into my belt, pull my cloak tight and head out. That night I move through the fog and ash-choked streets of the River Ward. I find the Warden storehouse easily. An old brick building reinforced by bands of storm-cured iron. The side window is latched but not warded. I work my thinnest pry tool into the seam and carefully work the latch free with a faint click. I slip inside, dropping silently onto the stone floor. The storehouse is dim, cavernous. A few half-spent glass doors cast long, dancing shadows. In the far corner, a row of containment cells hum. Their energized glass panels casting an eerie blue glow over confiscated magical contraband. The Tillering crate is easy to spot. Set apart on a quarantine pallet, I move between the tall shelves. Just need one more look. Then, voices, low and angry. My blood goes cold. I drop behind a stack of muffled boxes. Their inert lining meant to block harmonic signatures. I press myself into the shadows. 3 men stand near the crate. 2 wear fine coats of high-born nobles. The third is shorter, built like a dockside brawler, his voice cutting through the air with chilling authority.
This is a disaster, the taller noble hisses. The agreement was for Rorik, and Rorik alone. This implicates the entire house.
The shorter man shrugs. The work is done. The price is the same. The other noble takes a menacing step forward.
The price! Our name will be dragged through the mud. This was not the price.
And yet here we are, the man with the authoritative voice counters. The crate is here, and the seal was seen. Your brother's been taken care of, and the rest is simply cost of doing business. The taller noble lets out a bitter laugh.
The cost? Is this how the illustrious River Trade Compact conducts business now? Through sloppy backstabbing?
The shorter man's expression doesn't change. We deliver results, not satisfaction. There's a tense pause. The taller noble finally speaks, his voice strained.
My father, if this reaches the luminary...
The luminary sees what he's shown, the shorter man cuts in. He will see a noble house with a seal on a crate of forbidden weapons. He will see your brother's name on the manifest, and the rest will be lost in the noise. A soft scuff of boots on stone, a rustle of expensive coats, then they are gone, their footsteps fading into the shadows. I remain crouched in the dark, my heart hammering against my ribs.
An agreement for Rorik, his brother.
The words swirled in my mind, a horrifying, sickening truth clicking into place. This is a setup, a vicious, calculated trap. And I am now a witness. I scan the warehouse. No sign of movement, no sounds beyond the faint hum of the cells and the groan of the old storeroom. I have to get out now. I rush back to the window, scrambling up a stack of crates. My prosthetic leg finding uncertain purchase on the splintering wood. As I climb, I glance back one last time where the Tillering crate sits, now hidden again by the shelves and shadows. Even as the cold knot of fear in my stomach makes me want to retch, my hands itch, with an insatiable, insane urge to touch that blade. Just once more. And so ends Chapter 1 of Joran Fellwick. Kelsey, hello. I am not playing a game. Wookie Cookie, hello to you as well. We are actually reading original chapters from a book that the lady and I are writing called Twisted Fates, where all of you choose the fate of the characters and then we write the chapters. These are the first chapters. This is the only time they're all being read in the same place. And actually, I might not even read them all, because the lady is supposed to be getting on now. And we still have 3 whole chapters to go.
Let the people decide.
Well, the next one is Eliana. Would you like to read Eliana's? Do you guys want to keep going with the chapters, or do you want to switch to the lady and her book, which is the Juliet Marie one that we're reading. My darling, can you grab me a bottle of water, please?
Keep trying to go on the coffee.
Yeah, they're everywhere. I need the spray. They're, lovey, it's by the fridge.
Keep forgetting you
You told me to move it.
Huh?
You're the one who told me to put them there.
I know. I didn't tell you that it was rational. Say it, I keep forgetting.
Esther, hello, hello. Good to see you. Welcome in.
You didn't have the air on, did you?
I'm boiled. I'm practically a lobster over these parts. Bastardy little flies.
Yeah.
So would you guys like for us to stop here and then the lady read what are we reading? Child of the Prophecy by Juliet Marie, or would you like the lady to read the next chapter which is Eliana's chapter? Show me the doggo. All right, come here, Demi. Say hello. Up, 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 up. There he is. There's the big guy. The big guy. No, you gotta stay working. I know Mom has cheese, but that doesn't mean you get to have cheese. Oh, never mind. Mom's giving you cheese. There we go. All right, get out of here. I owe you guys a bunch of hydrates as well. Matty is being completely unhelpful. He says, I vote for Una and Castle. I've missed a lot of reading, not to worry. We're
Did you read all the guys?
No, I've only done Lyris and Joran. And we did the prologue, Lyris and Joran. So there's still Eliana, Rorik, and Silas. I mean, these are all going to be out this next week, sometime, anyways. So
On various platforms.
on various platforms, that's correct.
Somebody needs to- Oh, no, tell her to shut up.
Richie, hello. I mean, people call me a character sometimes. I didn't even see I didn't have this chat up, but hello. How do I send stars? The tariffs are killer. You don't have to worry about sending stars, my friend. I appreciate you. I don't even actually know how to do it over on Facebook. I'm no help. I'm just happy to be here in the tavern I was about to go in flat out. I was just dropping by. Well, I'm glad that you did drop by, Esther.
You can read the
And
others and then I can do Eliana.
Alright. Yeah, we'll do that. I'll do Rorik, since we just had the other side of Rorik's story. And then I'll do Silas's. And then the lady can do Eliana, and then after Eliana she'll hop on for Child of the Prophecy. Alright, let's do chapter 1 then. I have some things I'm going to do because it used to be that you guys could have me do voices in the stories with points. But since I always voice the stories, that ended up becoming redundant. Because the idea was originally that I would you guys would be able to do points or bits or whatever, and I would do voices for an hour, so that my voice wouldn't get worn out so easily. But we never did that. I've just always done the voices, regardless. Alright. Chapter 1. Rorik Tilleraine. I pull the collar of my cloak higher as I step into the river wall. A habit one learns in a place where a familiar face is a liability. The Luminary's laws keep open crime in check, but the air tonight is thick with the damp chill of unspoken warnings. I move through the winding, narrow streets, the wet cobblestones gleaming under the faint glow of the ward lamps. My own long shadow flickers ahead of me, a constant, wavering companion. It's a fitting one. A month ago, the name Roderick Tilleraine commanded respect, opened doors. Now it earns me only hushed tones and the quick averted glances of merchants who once courted my favor. I see one now, a spice trader I've dealt with for years, ducking into his shop as I approach. The bell above his door giving a single guilty jingle. Pathetic. I had thought the forge bounds would be different. I'd reasoned that the soot-stained artisans there, with their disdain for the politics of the Verdant Quarters, would be more open to a mutually beneficial agreement. But even there, the fear of the Luminary's edicts outweigh the allure of coin. No one wants to be seen lending a hand to a man accused of smuggling warcraft. Even my own home feels alien. The scent of blooming night flora from the Verdant Quarters, a fragrance that once meant comfort now does little to mask the stench of the family's decaying fortunes. My prospects are dwindling, my assets bleeding away. It is an efficient, infuriating state in affairs. I slip into the smoky dimness of a tavern tucked away in the shadows of the looming warehouses. The air is thick with the smell of stale ale and damp wool. In a corner, a familiar shape detaches from the shadows. Craven. A seedy but occasionally useful information broker. At least when he was on my payroll. He nervously scans the room before gesturing me over. A brisk meeting like this, Lord Tilleraine, he whispers, not meeting my eyes as he gestures to a sticky, secluded table. The risk is noted, Craven, as will be the quality of your information. I keep my voice low. Speak.
There's a girl.
He says, leaning in, his breath sour with mint and cheap wine.
At Elder Glynn.
A warder, Master Elias. They say she has the all-sight, a true seer.
He looks at me meaningfully.
Might be your only chance to prove anything.
He slides his palm across the table, calloused thumb stroking his fingers. I place a single silver coin on the wood. My purse is too light these days for haggling. He makes the coin disappear and fades back into the smoke. Allsight, an asset that could change the entire board. I almost smile at the thought. I refuse to be exiled for a crime from which I saw no profit. The memory of the transaction is still fresh. The formal transfer deeds in Master Elias's own quiet book-lined study. The rustle of official academic papers. The scratching of his quill signing her wardship to me. The weight of the gold, the sickening proportion of my remaining fortune passing into his hands. He'd maintained a mask of scholarly decorum throughout, but I saw the flicker of greed in his eyes as he counted the coins. For him, it was just good, profitable business, disgrace or no. It was a perfect asset, an immediate and necessary acquisition. But that hope lasted less than a day. This morning I arrived at the academy to claim her, only to find she's vanished, slipped past every guard, every checkpoint, with the grace of a ghost. The last confirmed sighting placed her heading towards this very ward, towards the river. Now, back in my cramped, rented room, a damp space with peeling walls and a view of mossy bricks of the warehouse next door, I reckon with the consequences. The purchase was not insignificant. My remaining funds are dangerously low. For the first time in my life, a cold, unfamiliar spike of genuine fear pierces my composure. A feeling of teetering on a precipice. I quickly shove it down. Fear is an unproductive emotion. I stand at the window, the cool air seeping through the cracks. The city is alive with the sounds I no longer feel a part of. Distant laughter, a heated argument. A fortnight. That is the time I have left before I will be formally exiled to the northern wilds. I analyze the options, as I always do. Option 1. Accept the exile in the north. Between my existing clients and my more discreet ventures, I could rebuild. I would live in relative comfort within a few years. It's the safer, more logical path. But it means accepting a guilty verdict for a crime I didn't commit. An intolerably inefficient and insulting outcome. Option 2. Pursue the girl. My last report placed her heading for the river. The only logical destination from there is the Sea Drake Harbor, via the great river Wains. She's young and almost certainly unaware of the true brutal nature of the sickness of the open sea. She plans to flee Dracona entirely. She will find herself trapped in the harbor. A cornered piece on the board. It's a long and dangerous journey of a month or more, down a river that passes through the lawless wilds. It will consume the last of my resources. It's a gamble, a high risk, high reward venture into the unknown. I look out at the damp streets of the river ward. One path leads to a quiet, resentful survival. The other leads through chaos, towards a single slim chance of vindication. Both are deeply unappealing. For a long moment I simply stand, the damp chill of the room seeping right into my bones. We need more drink options like chug, drink, half, shots. That's true, you guys also don't need the rant button. You get plenty of rant. Oh. Alright, the lady and I will work on adding more point cash-ins to the lives. Alright, how are we feeling so far, guys? What is it? What is the verdict? Do we feel like these stories are interesting, or am I boring you all to death? And don't be nice to me. I genuinely want to know what you guys think. We got 2 more chapters. I have Silas's chapter coming up next. And then the lady's gonna read Eliana for you guys. Here, writers that have no idea, I have no idea what for the book, just not a writer. A shot for the beard. Well, and I don't actually drink. This is just 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen. Also known as water. Bit of a fish, if nothing else. You can find... So, the portal's open on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, TikTok, and Kick. The most active chats are going to be over on... TikTok and Twitch, typically. Richie. Although sometimes YouTube gets a little bit lively these days. My only complaint is that they are too short. I want to make them longer, but the problem is if I make them too long, then it'll be hard to get them into videos for every platform. Yeah, I'll likely expand the chapters when we put them out in the book, but for now they have to be a little bit more concise so that they flow a little bit better. Alright, let's go. Final chapter. Silas Thornhill. The piece of flare maple is warm in my hand. I sit on the old bench at the edge of my father's herb garden, far from the clinic and its constant quiet demands. The mid-morning sun filters through the leaves of the oak above, casting shifting, dappled shadows on my work. With my favorite carving knife, I shave a thin curl from the wood. The scent of fresh-cut timber and the sharp, clean smell of mint growing wild as my feet fills the air. This is all I want. The feel of the tool in my hand, the simple problem of the shape locked in the wood, and the quiet hum of the village of Iron Hollow around me. A piece so fragile, I'm afraid to breathe too deeply, lest I break it. My father, silent, says my reluctance is a failing, a cowardice. Maybe he's right. But the weight of what he expects, and what his unwanted gift demands, feels too heavy to bear most days. So I slip away, like now. A shout breaks my concentration. A young boy, one of the tanner's sons, comes running down the path, kicking up dust, his face flushed and his breathing ragged. He spots me and makes a beeline, skidding to a halt.
Silas, your father sent me. He said to find you, quick.
He shoves a crumpled, sweat-dampened note into my hand. His eyes are wide with an urgency that makes my stomach clench. I already know, before I even unfold the parchment, that my moment of peace is over. The script is my father's, stark and hurried.
Excavation collapse at the old quarry. Multiple injuries. They're bringing them here, now.
My own palms begin to sweat. It's not the work, it's the eyes. Healing with an audience is so much worse. I force my feet to move, the familiar heavy weight of guilt settling over me with each reluctant step back towards the clinic. The usual morning quiet of Iron Hollow is gone, replaced by a rising tide of panicked shouts and groans. Even from a distance I can see the chaos. Carts laden with injured from the quarry collapse have turned the small village square into a makeshift triage center. As I draw closer, the smell hits me. The sharp, coppery scent of blood overpowering the familiar aroma of the clinic's herbs. The ground is already dark and damp in patches. Cries of pain cut through the morning calm. I see my father, silent, at the center of it all. His face a grim mask of concentration, directing helpers with sharp, clear commands. I overhear a wounded quarry worker, his face pale with shock, muttering to another.
Scholar's found something. An old blade.
He shouted something about an ochrum tip right before...
She shouted something about an ochrum tip right before it all went white.
My eyes scanned the wounded laid about on blankets on the ground. Most are local workers, their injuries brutal. But then I see him, a young boy, no more than 10. His clothes too fine for this village, visiting noble's son perhaps. He isn't crying, but his small body is rigid with shock, his face pale as milk. His legs are trapped beneath... His legs were trapped beneath a jagged piece of quarry stone, twisted at an angle that makes my stomach turn. The sight of that child's silent, white-knuckled pain cuts through my own fear and reluctance. It's a damning jab at my own conscience. I start to move towards him, but my father is suddenly there, blocking my path. He grips my arm, his fingers tight.
Do the minimum, Silas,
he murmurs. His voice a low, urgent warning meant only for me. His eyes are filled with a fear I know all too well.
Poultices, bandages. Set the bones you can by hand, no more.
He knows what I can do. He knows what I've been hiding. But he's helped me to hide for all these years, and he's terrified of it. By seeing the child's tear-streaked face, quiet tremors of pain, I can't hold back. I pull away from my father's grip and kneel by the boy's side. The crowd of scholars and nobles who'd been surveying the excavation now watch, their whispers falling silent. I ignore them. I ignore my father's sharp intake of breath. I place my hands over the mangled limbs. I close my eyes and reach down, not with my hands, but with my spirit, siphoning the raw, living energy from the earth beneath me. The harmonic flow rushes up through my body, a warm, vibrant current that always feels like coming home and running away at the same time. I channel it, letting it pour from my palms. A soft green gold light envelops the boy's legs. The energy resonates, a feeling like 1,000 hummingbirds taking flight inside my chest, and the light pulses with a soft, chiming sound. In moments, I feel the bones knit together under my hands, the torn flesh sealing, the dark bruises fading to nothing. The boy stirs, his pain gasps easing into a deep, steady breath. I pull my hands back, a wave of exhaustion washing over me. The relief on the child's face as he drifts into a peaceful sleep brings me a moment of profound, aching satisfaction. But it's immediately shattered by the stir I've caused. Whispers ripple through the crowd of onlookers. They watch me anew, unnerving combination of awe and apprehension. My father's face is pale, his disappointment a palpable weight in the air. He avoids my gaze. What has been done cannot be unseen. The rest of the day is a blur of mundane healing, bandages, salves, setting simple fractures. The entire time I feel my father's heavy silence. He doesn't speak to me, not a single word. The distance between us feels wider than ever before. That evening, as the sun sets and casts long shadows across the clinic's walls, another rider arrives. A dusty village boy, but an official courier. Not a dusty village boy, but an official courier from the capital. His tunic bearing the seal but an official courier from the local outpost, his tunic bearing the seal of its commander. My heart sinks. I know why he's here. My father accepts the scroll, his hand trembling. As he breaks the seal and reads it, and the last color drains from his face, his voice, when he finally speaks to me, is barely a whisper. They're talking about conscription, Silas. The nobles who are here today, they sent word immediately. They want you for the local outpost, for the military. The news settles like a stone in my stomach. I've long feared this moment, and my one act of true compassion has made it real. The prospect of being taken away, being used as a tool for causes I don't understand, fills me with a cold dread. My father watches me, his expression a mixture of fear and disappointment. And something I haven't seen in a long time, a flicker of weary pity. What will you do, son? He asks, his voice heavy. My mind races, grasping for options where there seem to be none. Staying means waiting for the morning, for the luminaries, the soldiers to arrive and collar me like an animal, to be dragged back to the outpost and forced into their service. Or it means confronting my father now, tonight, pleading with him to find some other way. Some argument to make on my behalf, though I already know none exists. Fleeing means grabbing what little I can carry and disappearing into the deep woods before that happens. It means a life on the run, using the survival skills he taught me not for foraging but for hiding. A lonely, hunted existence. I look from my father's tired, waiting face to the darkening path that leads into the forest, to that vast, silent wilderness. Surrender or escape. One feels like a cage, and the other a terrifying, endless fall. For a long, paralyzing moment, I have no answer. Everything is all right on my end, and that's the end of the chapter. Everything is okay on my end, but there is a possibility that Twitch is having an issue, Tyson. All right, guys, that is it for me. The lady is now going to take my place, and she'll read Eliana's chapter, and then we will probably end the stream that we're currently on, and then she will restart with the book that she's reading. So I'm going to run ads for everybody over on Twitch real quick so that they won't be interrupted. And then we're going to be on I'll be on a BRB screen for just a minute. We'll be right back. Thank you, Esther. I appreciate you. Be right back, guys. You're welcome, Frost and Esther. I'm glad you guys enjoyed. We're going to move this actually back over here for a moment.
Wait.
Down here, actually. And then... there. Alright.
You ready? Am I up?
Yep, the lady is here for you all.
Yeah. This is so tiny. You were reading this?
I was.
Why are you trying to fill your eyes?
I'm already blind. What more can I do?
Make it worse? Okay. We are, See if we can bring this a little closer. Possibly. Okay, is that good? Can you hear me okay? Thank you, Bethany. Hello, Cormac. Or Tyson, whichever you prefer. And that's okay, Bethany. What Castle was reading were the chapters for an original story that he is writing where the community gets to have a say in the choices that the characters make. So on each platform, there's going to be a different character on social media. And when he posts them up, at the end, there will be choices for the characters, and the community gets to decide what that character chooses, and then he's going to write the next chapter to continue the saga. And then after all is done, we will put it all together in a more properly formatted and put together flow of story in a book. So, it should be exciting. We concepted this quite a long time ago, and I've been bugging him to pick it up again because it kind of fell to the wayside for a while. But hopefully you guys will enjoy it. It's almost like doing just like a community size role play. It's past your bedtime, Belinda. Okay, good night. Thank you for coming in. Hope you enjoyed your time. Hello, Maddie. And hello, Frost. How are you? Wi-Fi issues? Okay, that's okay, Maddie. And hello, Bear. So now we are moving on to the character Eliana. This will be the last one that we have, because there's 5 characters total. And then we will move on to Child of the Prophecy, which we just started last week. Or not last week, but the last time we were on. So, you ready? Well, I'm glad, Belinda. Have a good night. Sleep well. Yeah, that's fine, Maddie. When you get it sorted out, just let me know. Yeah, I know. It's amazing, right? But welcome in, Reefric. We are switching over to my time on the screen, so... Castle might come in and out. He might say hello again, but it's just going to be me for the remainder of the evening, so if that does not please you, you are free to go. I'm going to read Eliana's chapter, and then we're going to move on to Child of the Prophecy. How did I miss the end of the last book we were reading? I'm not sure. Something must have happened, Bethany. Obviously, like, the notifications don't always work properly. So it's possible that you just didn't get it. Who would dare to not be pleased? You know, you can't make everyone happy. Statistically. Okay. All right, here we go. Of course, Maddie, always willing to be of service. Chapter 1 for Eliana. I know the life of the Wraithwood by the rustle of leaves underfoot, by the ancient whispers that are the forest's own slow thoughts. This morning sunlight filters through the high canopy in dusty golden shafts. I stand at the forest's edge, nurturing the young saplings. I hum a low song, a vibration that travels from my lips, through the soles of my feet and into the rich, dark soil. It is a simple harmonic, a wordless request for strength and growth. The earth responds, as it always does, its warm, living scent rising to meet the cool morning air. All around me the old stone towers rise from the grove floor, ancient beyond even my memory, their surfaces now wreathed in moss and climbing vines. Atop each sits one of the great cups, forged of iron, each large enough to hold a fallen ash-hide grazer. Their sides are etched with intricate, faded lines of flowers and leaves. A faint metallic tang of rust and old copper always hangs in the air near them, a sharp counterpoint to the sweet scent of spring blooms. Suddenly the ground beneath me lurches. It is a deep, violent shudder, a spasm of the land itself that sends a sickening shockwave through the roots, a jolt that travels up through my own feet and into my chest. The ancient trees sway, their branches groaning, the sound of wood in torment. My gaze snaps to the great towers. They tilt their foundations, groaning in protest. Their rightmost one fractures, stones raining down, and the great cup atop it groans, a deep metallic roar of tortured iron as it sways, then crashes down into the undergrowth, silencing the birds for a league around. A crack like thunder echoes from the heart of the grove, the Mithrend. I run. Branches whip at my face, but I barely feel them. The voices of the grove, usually a tumultuous and often painful chorus in my mind, are gone. But their absence is not a relief. There is only a ringing, terrifying silence. My heart sinks into it. I find the Mithrend, the great tree whose roots are the veins of this entire forest, split by a massive new fissure. Its rugged bark is torn apart, exposing the raw, pulsing heartwood, which weeps a slow, thick sap. I rush to its roots, my hands trembling as I press them to the jagged... hold on. My child's way too loud when he's playing with his friends. I apologize. Beef Rick, you subscribed for 6 months in a row? That is awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you. Glad to have you. And yeah, hello to Everett. Yeah, he's been deprived of gaming for quite a while, and then I let him have some time this weekend, and so now he's like, cannot contain the fervor. Yeah, I needed to tell Everett to shut up. Because he's too loud. There are usually more on either Twitch or TikTok, yes. Like he's on crack? Kind of. It was kind of like that. He would kind of just be stuck in this stupor sometimes, wanting to play games. I'm looking for a writer for the book. I have an idea, but not a writer. Please, it's Reef Rich. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, because it was too long? Or you just, because it was already taken? Reef Rich, okay. I will try to remember that. But thank you again. Welcome. All right. Hopefully we'll not have any more interruptions. Yeah, right, Milu? It happens. All right. I close my eyes, offering my own strength, trying to sing a mending harmonic into its ancient, wounded heart. As my blood mingles with the sap, a new voice invades my mind. It is deep, ancient, and grizzled, like the grinding of continents. It does not speak to me, it speaks through me, an edict for the whole of the land. The flow has been disrupted. It seems the flames did not purge the hubris of mortal blood. So soon may the firstborn fly again, and cleanse the land of the last that live. The voice fades, leaving a tremor in my bones. Leaves, shaken loose from the canopy, drift down around me. I retreat to my grotto, the weight of the oration a physical pressure on my chest. I see again the visions of the great burning, the fires that first drove me into the grove's embrace so long ago. The spirits, my only companions for centuries, flicker around me, their forms shimmering with a shared anxious light. They offer no comfort, only confirmation of the dread I feel. Hoda? Shh. Thank you. For the rest of the day, I commune with them. The danger the voice spoke of is not at our borders, not a beast I can soothe or a blight I can cleanse with their borrowed strength. This impending doom is far from where the tree line ends, far from where they can reach. For millennia, I have called myself the guardian of this place, but in truth, the dense woods and the ever-present spirits have always been my shield. Now, to protect my sanctuary, I must leave it. I must walk where they cannot follow. At the first light of the next day, I stand at the edge of the Wraithwood. I take a single hesitant step out into the world as I fled as a child. The change is immediate and jarring. The air is thin and empty. The land stretches vast and open, the wind cold and dry against my eyes. The sun feels like a burn on the top of my head. After a lifetime spent among the deep touching roots and the constant murmur of 1,000 living things, this world feels dead. Only small frightened spirits skitter in the dust, and the trees stand apart from one another, their branches not touching. The isolation is a physical ache. For 5 days I walk, my bare feet, accustomed only to soft moss and rich soil, burn and ache on the hard, dry ground. The source of the tremor is still a distant thrum against my senses. At night, the void of the world outside my forest is so profound, it seems to pull the tears from my eyes. On the 5th day, I see them. A small party of mortals, 3 of them. The sight of living beings, usually an irritation to be avoided, now makes my heart beat faster with a strange, unfamiliar mix of fear and hope. They have not seen me yet. I could slip away, but the loneliness is a sharper pain than my aching feet. I will connect. I reach out, not with my voice but with my mind, humming a gentle harmonic song of greeting. I push the thought into their own blood songs, just as I would with a frightened fawn. I mean no harm. You are welcome. As our minds align, their heads turn towards me. Their faces, at first startled, break into wide, welcoming smiles, mirroring my own. For a wonderful moment it works. But their smiles quickly curdle into masks of agony. The 2 men clutch their heads, their mouths opening in screams I cannot hear, but can feel as a violent, tearing dissonance in the air. Blood, dark and thick, begins to leak from their eyes and their ears. The young girl turns to run. My song turns into a panicked plea as I reach out a hand. Wait, what is wrong? She too stumbles, crying out as she falls, blood trickling from her nose. The air fills with the wet, coppery scent of their pain. Horrified, I watch helplessly as they collapse, their limbs twitching for a moment before falling still. I rush to them, my hands hovering over their lifeless forms, trying to sing the mending song as I had for the Mithrend. But there is no wound to close, no life sap to coax. Their blood songs are silent, extinguished. I kneel in the dust amidst the grim, quiet aftermath, the ground around them already darkening with their blood. I am a stranger in this land. I do not understand. I did not attack them, but I am kneeling in the blood of the first living creatures I have tried to touch in centuries. I fear I may have drawn their life out of them. I left the forest in search of a way to save my home from a world of monsters, but the world outside is so very fragile. And I am the first monster it has met. That's the end of that chapter. Were you reading Breed's voice when you were writing, Maddie? All right. All right. Oh, we had Richie over here on Facebook. Sorry, I missed you. Is that your alt on Facebook, Richie Loth? Sorry. I was reading all the voices. I see. Yeah, that's what I figured. I'm like, that seems like that's the same person. Awesome. Okay. And hello, Esther. How are you? Hope you and Elsie are doing well. All right. We can move on to Child of the Prophecy. Usually we only get in 1 chapter because this author writes very long chapters. And by the time we're done, my voice is usually failing me.
Do you just want to keep it how it is, or do you want to reset the live?
I don't know. It's probably fine. You can just put a notification out in Gilded in case anyone missed the other notification.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Esther. I appreciate that. It's been helping to cool me down a little bit because I just get so hot. I'm like, I need my hair up. And Breed, I just slip into an Irish brogue. That's funny. I'm usually, when I have you up, I'm not always listening because if I'm video editing, I need to pay attention. Like a Shetland pony, a little horse. What's like a Shetland pony?
He's talking about your voice.
That's funny. Thank you. Is this next book in the same series? Yes, this is the 3rd book. She has more Seven Waters books. However, the first 3 are meant to be a trilogy. So in the first and second book, obviously a recurrent theme was the prophecy, right? That one of the children of Seven Waters was going to, or maybe not Seven Waters, but of Ireland, was going to get the islands back from the British. Yeah, my voice at the end of the stream. Yeah, I got that. Or rather, Castle did. He clarified. So, yeah. This is the third book. We are supposedly, I mean, the title is Child of the Prophecy, so we're figuring out who actually is the Child of the Prophecy. Okay. Yes. So the first two books are Daughter of the Forest. If you recall, that was following Sorsha. And she had 6 brothers who were older than her, and they all were turned into swans by an enchantress who married their father. So that was basically the beginning of what they see as a great evil upon them. She was able to save her brothers. And in the second book, it was following her daughter Leodin, which was Son of Shadows, or Son of the Shadows. And it kind of was hinted that possibly Leodin's child was the child of the prophecy because they said that it would be a child of the raven, and as a baby he was being guarded by a raven. And they didn't know how she had conceived. They didn't know the story behind that, so it all seemed very magical to them. They figured she must be bearing the child of the prophecy. Now in this third book, it looks like we are going to be following Ciaran's daughter, Ciaran and Neve's daughter. And Neve was Leodin's sister. So hopefully, there's so much, obviously, that goes into the first 2 books, so I can't really go into all of it, otherwise we would spend all night doing that. But if you remember, that's kind of where we're at. We're following Ciaran and Neve's daughter in this book. That is possible, Bethany. You know, you've got all the links available, especially in Gilded, that YouTube channel we have that posts the notifications. They're all in there. Yeah, well, they had fallen in love, obviously, if you recall, and then it was forbidden, and they didn't know why it was forbidden. They were just tragically separated, and then she got married off to a very abusive husband, and they learned later that the reason it was forbidden was because Ciaran was actually the half-brother of Sorsha and her brothers previously, because he is the son of the enchantress. So that would make him the half-uncle to Neve. So obviously that's not kosher. So it was problematic, but they didn't know. They fell in love not knowing this thing, so just kind of one of those awkward situations. But we are on chapter 2 of the 3rd book. Yeah, it's the same guy. That's okay, you're fine. You are fine. Use all of the exclamation points that you like. Just don't yell at me. I'm just kidding. Fine. Alright. I just lost it. Here we go. Oh, I'm gonna take the cover off of this because it's gonna be noisy. Okay, here we go. After the door closes. So we're following his daughter. And we've learned that basically he and Neve have raised her sequestered away in near secrecy. So she doesn't have a whole lot of interaction with other people except for the migrating tribe, which we have been able to kind of glean is probably Fat Janice's family, because her son had come in book 2 when Sorsha had died with Kiaran. They both came after her passing. And it seems like this is his family and tribe that he's mingling with, and they are coming to the place where Kiaran and his daughter are. We've found out that Neve has passed away. She never fully recovered from what had happened to her. And he is teaching his daughter the ways of sorcery and some of what he has learned through his time in the Nemetons when he was going to become a druid. So she did have a young friend among them. You missed the chapter where Sorsha died. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. You might need to just go ahead and read the books or go find the chapters that you missed. This is very sad. It's very, very sad. So, but I'm trying to figure out what I'm missing here. So her name is Fanya, and she did have a friend who was around her age that she would hang out with in the summers, but she avoided all the other children. And the reason for this is she obviously wasn't very socialized, and she also has a limp in one of her legs. So I'm sure that creates some kind of self-consciousness because people are going to stare and make remarks about it. Well, that sounds nice, Bear. You should do that. And now, at the end of that chapter, her father has told her that she's going to learn from his mother more sorcery, and then she is going to be sent to Seven Waters with her family there. So that should be interesting. We'll see possibly Sean and his family with Aisling. Okay. That day I set all my things in order. I tidied my narrow bed and folded the blanket. I swept the stone floor with my bedchamber, which is one of many caves in the honeycomb's maze of chambers and passages. I put away my shawl and outdoor boots in the small wooden chest which housed my few possessions. Our life was very simple. Work, rest, eat when we must. We needed little. Deep in the chest, half hidden under winter bedding, was Riona. She was the only possession I had that was not a strict essential of life. Riona was a doll. When folks spoke of my mother, they would say how beautiful she was, and how slender, like a young birch, and how much my father had loved her. They'd say how she was always a little touched in the head, though it had shocked them when she did that terrible thing she did. But you never heard them talk about her talents, the way they'd mention that Dan was a champion on the pipes, or Molly the neatest basket weaver, or how Peg's dumplings were the tastiest anywhere in Kerry. You'd have thought my mother had no qualities at all, save beauty and madness. But I knew different. You only had to look at Riona to know my mother had been expert with the needle. After all these years, Riona was more than a little threadbare, her features somewhat blurred and her gown thin in patches. But she'd been made strong and neat, with such tiny, even stitches, they were near invisible. She had fingers and toes and embroidered eyelashes. She had long woolen hair colored as yellow as tansy, and a gown of rose-hued silk over a lace petticoat. The necklace Riona wore, wound 3 times around her neck for safekeeping, was the strongest thing of all. It was strangely woven of many different fibers, and so crafted that it could not be broken, not should the greatest force be exerted on it. Threaded on this cord was a little white stone with a hole in it. I did not play with Riona in Father's presence. Of course, now I was too old for play. It was a waste of time, like taking silly, dangerous dives off the rocks when there was no need for it. But over the years, Riona had shared countless adventures with Derek and me. She had explored deep caves and precipitous gullies, had narrowly avoided falling from the cliffs into the sea, and being left behind on the sand in the path of a rising tide. She had worn crowns of threaded daisies and cloaks of rabbit skin. She had sat under the standing stones watching us as if she were a queen surveying her subjects. Her dark embroidered eyes held a knowledge of me that could at times be disturbing. Riona did not judge, not exactly. She observed. She took stock. That day I felt a strong need to be occupied, to channel my thoughts into the strictly practical. So when my chamber was bare and clean, I went to the place where we kept our small supply of food, and took the fish the girl had brought, and a few turnips. The fish was already gutted and scaled. My father and I were no cooks. We ate because it was necessary, that was all. But I had time to fill, so I made up the fire and let it die down, and then I roasted the turnips in the coals, and baked the fish on top. When it was ready, I took a plateful down to the workroom for my father. But the door was bolted from inside. I could not hear his voice chanting or speaking words of magic. The only sound was the harsh cawing of a bird within the vaulted chamber. That meant Fiacha was back. My heart sank, for I disliked Fiacha intensely. The raven came and went as he pleased, and when he stayed in the household he always seemed to be staring at me with his little bright eyes, summing me up and finding me less than impressive. Then he'd be suddenly gone again, without so much as a bye or leave. Perhaps he brought messages. Father never said. I did not like Fiacha's sharp beak or the dangerous glint in his eye. He pecked me once when I was little, and it hurt a lot. Father said it was an accident, but I was never quite so sure. I left the food outside the door. There was a rule which needed not be spoken, that when the door was locked, one did not seek admittance. Some elements of the craft must be exercised in solitude, and my father sought always to deepen and extend his knowledge. It was too easy for an outsider to judge us wrongly, to see threat in what we do, simply because of a lack of insight. Our kind are not always made welcome, not in all parts of Erin, for folk tell tales of us which are half truth and half a jumble of their own fears and superstitions. It was not by chance that my father had come to live in this distant, remote corner of Kerry. Here the folk were simple souls, whose lives turned on sea and season, whose world had no place for the luxury of gossip and prejudice. They had accepted him and my mother as just two more dwellers of the bay, quiet, courteous folk who left well alone. And everyone knew a settlement with its own sorcerer was the safest of places to live in. My father had quickly demonstrated that, for one summer, soon after his arrival in Kerry, the Norsemen came. All along the coast there were tales of their raids, the brutal killings, the rape, the burning, the stealing of women and children, and there were tales of the places where they'd come in their longships and simply moved in, taking the cottages and farms and settling down as if they'd a right to. But there was no Viking settlement in our cove. Kjaran had seen to that. Folk still told the story of how the longships with their carven prows had come into view, rowing in hard toward the shore with so little warning there was no time to flee for cover. The sunlight had flashed on the axes, and the strange helms of the men wore. The many oars had dipped and splashed as the fishermen stood frozen in terror, watching their death come closer. Then the sorcerer had walked out onto a high ledge of the honeycomb with his staff of yew in his hand, and raised it aloft. And in an instant later great clouds had begun to roll in from the west, and the swell had risen till white-capped breakers began to pound the shore. The longships had begun to struggle and list, and the neat rows of oars were thrown into confusion. Within moments the sky was dark with storm, and the ocean boiled, and the folk watched, round-eyed, as the vessels of the Norsemen cracked and split and were torn asunder, each in its turn. Later, children found strange and wondrous objects cast up on the shore. An armlet wrought with snakes and dogs, curiously patterned. A necklace in the shape of a tiny lethal axe threaded on twisted wire. A bronze bowl. The shaft of an oar, fine-fashioned. The body of a man with pale skin and long plaited hair, the color of wheat in Lunasa. So, there was no Viking settlement in our cove. After that my father was revered and protected, a man who could do no wrong. When my mother died, they grieved with him. All the same, they gave him a wide berth. All that long day my father stayed in the workroom with the door bolted. When at last he emerged to take up the plateful of food and eat it abstractedly, not noticing it had gone cold waiting for him, he looked pale and tired. Sitting by the remnants of my small cooking fire, he picked at the congealing fish and had nothing to say. Kiaha had followed him, and sat on the ledge above, staring at me. I scowled back. "Let's go to bed, daughter," my father said, and coughed harshly. "I'm not good company tonight." "Father, you're sick." I stared at him with alarm as he struggled for breath. "You need help. A physic, at least." "Nonsense." His expression was grim. "There's nothing wrong with me. Go on now, off to bed with you. This will pass. It's nothing." He had not convinced me in the slightest. "Father, please tell me what's wrong." He gave a brief laugh. It was not a happy sound. "Where could one begin? Now, enough of this. I'm weary. Good night, Vanya." So I was dismissed, and I left him there unmoving, staring into the heart of the dying fire. As I walked away to my chamber, the sound of his coughing followed me, echoing stark through the underground caverns. She arrived one morning late in autumn, while father was away fetching water. I made my way out, hearing her calling from the entrance. We had few visitors, but there she was, an old lady wrapped in shawls, trudging along on foot, with never a bag or basket to her name. Her face was all wrinkled, and her eyes so sunken you could scarce see what color they were. She had a crown of disheveled white hair, and a very loud voice. "Well, come on, girl. Invite me in. Don't tell me I wasn't expected. What's Kiaran playing at?" She bustled past me and on down the tunnel towards the workroom, as if the place belonged to her. I trotted after, hoping my father would not be too long. Suddenly she whirled back to face me, quicker than any old lady had the right to move, and now she was gazing intently into my eyes as if assessing me. "Know who I am, do you?" "Yes, grandmother," I said, for although she seemed quite different from the elegant woman I remembered, I could feel the magic seeping from every part of her, powerful, ancient. It was plain to me who she must be. You've grown, Fanya." Clearly unimpressed, she turned her back on me and continued her confident progress through the darkened passages of the honeycomb. Before the great door of the workroom she halted. She put her hand out and gave a push. The door did not budge. Carven from solid oak and set in heavy frame, which fitted tightly within its arch of stone, this entry was sealed by iron bolts and by words of power. My father guarded his knowledge closely. The old woman pushed again. "You can't go in there," I said, alarmed. "My father doesn't let anyone go in. Just him, and sometimes me. You'll have to wait." "Wait?" She lifted her brows and gave an arch smile. On her ancient features it looked hideous. Her eyes bored through me as if she wished to read my thoughts. "Has your father taught you this trick? How to come out of a room and leave it locked from the inside?" I nodded, scowling. "And how to unlock such a door?" "You needn't think I'm going to open it for you," I told her, my voice growing sharp with anger at her temerity. I felt my face flush and knew the little flames Derek had once noticed would be starting to show on the edges of my hair. "If my father wants it locked, it stays locked. I won't do it." "Bet you can't," she was taunting me. "I won't open it. I told you." She laughed, a young girl's laugh like a peal of little bells. "Then I'll have to do it myself, won't I?" she said lightly, and raised a gnarled, knobby hand toward the heavy oak panels. She clicked her fingers just once, and a bright border of flame licked at the door, all around the edges. Smoke billowed, and I began to cough. For a moment I could see nothing. There was a popping sound and a creak. The smoke cleared. The great door now stood ajar, its surface blackened and blistered, its heavy bolts hanging useless where they had fallen away from the charred wood. I stood in the doorway, watching, as the old woman took 3 steps into my father's secret room. "He won't be happy," I said tightly. "He won't know," she replied coolly. "Kjaran's gone. You won't see him again until we're quite finished here, child. Not until next summer's nears its end. It's just not possible for him to stay Not with me here. No place can hold the two of us. It's better this way. You and I have a great deal of work to do, Fanya." I stood frozen, feeling the shock of what she had told me like a wound to the heart. How could father do this? Where had he gone? How could he leave me alone with this dreadful old woman? She was standing in front of the bronze mirror now, apparently admiring herself, for she took out a comb from a pocket in her voluminous attire and proceeded to drag it through her wild tangle of hair. Despite myself, I moved closer. "Didn't Kjaran tell you about me, child? Didn't he explain anything?" She stared intently at her reflection. I came up behind, drawn to gaze over her shoulder into the polished surface. The woman in the mirror stared back at me. She might have been 16 years old, no more. Her hair was a glossier, prettier version of mine, curling around her shoulders with a life of its own, a rich, deep auburn. Her skin was milk white, so pale you could see the faint blue tracery of veins on the pearly surface. Her figure was slender but shapely, with curves in all the right places. It was the figure I had tried to create for myself that day when I went down to the camp. I had thought myself skillful, but beside this, my own efforts were paltry. This woman was a master of the craft. I looked into her eyes. They were deep and dark, the color of ripe mulberries. They were my father's eyes. They were my own eyes. The old woman smiled back from the mirror, with her red, curving lips and her small, sharp white teeth. "As you see," she said with a mirthless chuckle, "I've a lot to teach you, and we had best start straight away. Making you into a fine lady is going to be quite a challenge." "Hello, Val, how are you? Haven't seen you for a while." Yeah, right, Bethany. Like, no, she's back. Why didn't she die? I'm sure she has a part to play. I see, Val. That happens, but we're glad to have you back. For as long as I could remember, it had been the two of us, my father and I, working together or working separately, the day devoted to the practice of the craft. Our meals, our rest, our contacts with the outside world were kept to what was strictly essential: the fetching of water, the gathering of driftwood for the fire, fish accepted from the girl at the door, messages entrusted to Dan Walker. I had the summers with Derek, but Derek was gone, and I was grown up now. Those times were over. My father and I understood each other without much need for words. Sometimes he would explain a technique or the theory behind it. Sometimes I would ask a question. Mostly he let me find out for myself, with a little guidance here and there. He let me make my own mistakes and learn from them. That way, he said, I would become more responsible and retain those things I most needed to know. Indeed, in time, this discipline would lead not just to knowledge, but to understanding. Sometimes, when we had mastered a new skill or solved a particularly challenging puzzle, I could persuade him to come walking with me up to the stone circle, or out along the cliff top. During these brief respites, I would coax him to speak of matters outside the craft, and I might glimpse a smile on his lips, a warmth in his eyes. "Thank you, Val, for the pumpkins. Little jack-o'-lantern pumpkins, it's cute." I treasured such times as rare jewels, for I loved my father, and wished above all to dispel the sadness that seemed to shadow him even on the sunniest day. I strove to please him in every way I could, and especially by study and hard work, which he seemed to value above all. I wanted to make him happy, and perhaps, once or twice, I did. It was an orderly, well-structured existence, if somewhat outside the patterns of ordinary folk. My grandmother had quite a different method of teaching. She began by telling me Kjaran had neglected my education sorely. The least he could have taught me was to eat politely, not shovel things with my fingers like a tinker's child. When I sought to defend my father, she silenced me with a nasty little spell that made my tongue swell up and grow fuzzy as ripe catkin. No wonder she had said she could not live in the same place as her son. One of our most basic rules was that the craft must never be used by teacher against student, or student against teacher. My father would have recoiled from the idea of using magic to inflict punishment. Grandmother employed it with no qualms whatsoever. I hated the way she spoke of him, of her own son. Well, she observed as she watched me eating my fish, her eyes following each scrap as it traveled from platter to lips. He's taught you shape-shifting and manipulation and sleight of hand. How much good will those skills be to you when you sit at a table with fine folk of Seven Waters? Can you dance? Can you sing? Can you smile at a man and make his blood stir and his heart race? I thought not. Don't gape, child. Your education's been quite inadequate. I blame those druids. They got hold of your father and filled his head with nonsense. It's just as well he called me when he did. Before I'm done with you, you'll be an expert at the art of twisting a man around your little finger. Clumsy, plain thing that you are. I am an artist. I have learned much from my father, I said angrily. He is a great sorcerer and deeply respected. I'm not sure we need your artistry. I have both lore and skills, and will improve both as well as I can, for my father has given me a love of learning. Why spend time and energy on table manners? She laughed her young woman's laugh, so incongruous as it pealed from that wizened, gap-toothed mouth. Oh dear, oh dear. It stamps its little foot and the sparks fly. The first thing you need to learn is not to give yourself away like that, child. But there's more, so much more. I know your father has given you a grounding in the skills, the bare bones, so to speak. But you can achieve great things at Seven Waters if you make the most of your opportunities. I'll help you, child. Believe me, I know these people. From that point on, she took charge. I was used to lessons and practice. I was used to working long hours and being perpetually tired, and keeping on regardless. But these lessons were so tedious. How to eat as neatly as a wren, in tiny little morsels. How to giggle and whisper secrets. How to hold myself upright as I walked, and sway my hips from side to side. This was not easy. With my foot the way it was, in the end she grew exasperated. You'll never walk straight in your own guise, she told me bluntly. You'll never dance without making a fool of yourself. No matter. You can use the glamour when you will. Make yourself as graceful as you want. Have the loveliest feet in the world if there's need of them. The only problem is it gets tiring. Keeping it up all the time, I mean. It wears you down. Why do you think I'm wrinkled? An old hag. Our kind live on. Too long sometimes, I think. But I'm the way I am from being charming for Lord Colum all the time, keeping him dancing to my will. She gave a sigh. Ah, now there was a man. Shame that little upstart Sorsha thwarted me. If she hadn't done what she did, there'd have been no need for all this. It would have all been mine, and in his turn Kieran's. Your wretched mother would have never...
You okay?
Yeah, I was just stopping for the door.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
Being good.
Sure, Maddie. Yeah, I totally feel you, Bethany.
Is he being loud?
He's always being loud. Thank you, Val. There's more. Oh my gosh, we got a rose, a You Are Awesome cat. I think that's a cat. An Autumn Love heart and Hands heart. Thank you so much, Val. You can't find the teeny deenies? That's okay. Thank you for the other gifts. We appreciate you. Well, you're awesome, Val. Thank you for coming back. It's good to see you. Your wretched mother would never have existed, and nor would you, pet. Think what I could have achieved. It would have all been ours. as it should have been. But she did it. She outwitted me. She and those creatures that call themselves fancy names. Other world beings. Huh. Power went to their heads a long time ago, that's their problem. Shut our kind out. We were never good enough for them, and don't they love reminding us of it? Well, we'll see what their fair folk make of my little gift to them. They'll be laughing on their other sides of their faces when your work is done, girl. I hesitated to ask her what she meant. She was quick to ridicule and to punish when she thought me slow or stupid. It was too late, Grandmother said, for me to learn to play the harp or flute. I refused to sing, even when she punished me by taking away my voice. I did well enough without it, being used to long days of silence, and in time she abandoned her efforts to extract any form of music from me. She discovered very quickly that my skills in reading and writing far surpassed her own. My sewing was another matter. She pronounced it rudimentary in the extreme. Materials were found in a flash, fine silks, gossamer fabrics, plain linen to practice on first. By lantern light I stabbed my fingers and squinted my eyes and cursed her silently. I learned to sew. She watched me a little quizzically, and once she asked, "This brings back some memories. Oh, yes." There were other lessons she taught me, lessons I would blush to relate. It was necessary, my grandmother said, for I was a girl, and to get anywhere in the world I must be able to attract a man and hold him. It was not just a case of learning a certain way of walking, and a particular manner of glancing, or even knowing the right things to say and when to remain silent. Nor was it simply a matter of using the glamour to make oneself more beautiful or more enticing, though that certainly helped. Grandmother's teaching was a great deal more specific. It made me cringe to hear her sometimes. It made me hot with embarrassment to be required to demonstrate before her what I had learned. The thought of actually doing any of it made me recoil in horror. Thank you, Val. You were doing it till we got the goal. Thank you for that. You were very sweet. Is she a narcissist? She blames others for her things and is great at making herself the victim. Well, obviously. She's obviously a very powerful enchantress, right? So when you have that kind of power and you can manipulate people so easily, and if you have the desire to gain more power, it's very easy to become a narcissist. Yeah, it's more fun with the teeny deenies. Yeah, I don't know if that's something that has to be selected or not. Hopefully they didn't get rid of the little teeny beanies because they're cute. She thought me very foolish and said so. She reminded me that I was in my 15th year and of marriageable age, and that I had better make the best of what little I had in the ways of natural charms, and learn how to use the craft to enhance them as required, or I'd have no hope of making anything of myself. It was plain to me, as I struggled with these lessons, why my father had summoned her to guide me. If it was true that I needed to acquire these skills, to know these intimate secrets, then it was equally clear he could not have taught me them himself. There are some things a girl cannot discuss with her father, no matter how close to him she may be. But I lay awake at night, wondering at his decision, for grandmother was a cruel teacher, and her presence in the honeycomb cast a cold shadow on my days and filled my nights with evil dreams. Why had he gone away? So far I did not even know where he was. Was that in itself some kind of test? He had never left me before, not even for a single night. I was heartsick and lonely, and I was worried about him. He was my world, my family, my only constant. I needed him. He surely needed me, for there was no other on whom he bestowed that rare smile which lit up his somber features and showed me the man for whom my mother had left the world behind. Was he afraid of grandmother? Was that why he had left me to her mercies? My dreams showed him gaunt and white, coughing painfully somewhere in a dark cave all by himself. I wished he would just come home. Oh, that's a bummer. I don't have him anymore, huh? It's tragic. Autumn advanced into winter, and the lessons went on at a relentless pace. Very well, Fanya, grandmother said one day quite abruptly. As we sat in the workroom resting, all afternoon she had made me turn a spider into other forms. A jewel-bright lizard, a tiny bird with fluttering wings that blundered confused into the stone walls, a mouse that came close to making its escape through a crack. Sorry. Did I scare you? The dog. These stupid flies. We got all these little flies. And I'm going crazy. Sorry, Koda. Please look at me. Why? A mouse that came close to making its escape through a crack until I clicked my fingers to change it into a very small fire dragon, which puffed out a very small cloud of vapor, flapping its leathery wings in miniature defiance. I was exhausted, as limp in my chair as the spider which now hung, still as if dead, in its web high above me. Time for a history lesson. Listen well and don't interrupt if there's no need of it. Yes, grandmother. Obedience was the easiest course to take with her. She was ingenious in her methods of punishment. Thank you, Val, for more roses. And she disliked to be challenged. I far preferred father's methods of teaching which, though strict, were not unkind. Stop scaring the dog. Yeah, well, he's just a baby. Answer my questions. Who were the first folk in the land of Erin? The old ones. This type of inquisition was easy. Father had imparted the lore over the long years, and he and I were fluent in question and answer. The Fovera, people of the deep ocean, the wells and the lake beds, folk of the sea and of the dark recesses of the earth. Grandmother gave a peremptory nod. And who came after? The Firbolg, the Bagmen. And after them, then came the Tuatha De Danann, out of the west, who in time sent the others into exile and spread themselves all across the land of Erin. Long years they ruled until the coming of the sons of Mill. Very well. But what do you know of the origins of your own kind? Her eyes were sharp. Our kind are not in the lore. I know that we are different. We are cursed, and so we are ever outside. We are not of the Tuatha Dé. Neither are we mortal men and women. We are neither one thing nor the other. That much you've got right. We're outside because we were put there. One of us transgressed long ago, and they never let us forget it. Know that story, do you? I shook my head. We are their descendants, whether they like it or not. Fair folk, or whatever they choose to call themselves. Gods and goddesses, every one, superior in every way, drifting around as if they owned the place, as they did, of course, after packing the others off back into their nooks and crannies. But someone dabbled in what she shouldn't, and that started it all off. Dabbled? In what? I said don't interrupt. She glared at me, and I felt a sharp, piercing pain in my temple. Back in those first days we could do it all. Had every branch of the craft at our fingertips. Shape-shifting, transformation, healing, mastery of wind and rain, wave and tide. We were gods indeed, and no wonder the old ones crept back to their caves with their tails between their legs. But there are some byways of the craft that should not be tampered with, not even by a master. Everyone knew that. It's perilous to touch the dark side. Best leave it alone. Best stay well away. Unfortunately, there was one who let curiosity get the better of her. She played with a forbidden spell, called up what should have been left sleeping. From that day on, there was an evil let loose that was never going to go away. So she was cast out, and part of her penalty was to be stripped of the ability to use the higher elements of magic. The power of light, the healing, the flight. All she had left was the dross, sorcerer's tricks. She could meddle, and she could perform transformations. A frog into a man, maybe, or a girl into a cockroach. She had the glamour, precious little compared with what she'd lost. She'd attached herself to a mortal man, since none of the high-minded ones would have her. Not after what she'd done. And you know what that means. This time an answer seemed to be expected. That she herself would become mortal. Not exactly. Her kind live long, Fanya, far beyond the human span. But it did mean she in her turn would die. She would survive to see her family perish of old age before she herself moved on. Her descendants bore the blood of the cursed one, through the ages. Every one of us has her eyes. Your eyes, girl. Every one has the craft. But narrowly, you understand. Some things will always be beyond us. That rankles. That hurts. It should be ours. The punishment was unjust. Too severe. I gotta make up for like 3 weeks I haven't been around. Well, thank you, Val. Thank you very much. Hello, Crystalla. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. I opened my mouth, thought better of what I was about to say, and shut it again. Thinking of your father, are you? She said, unsmiling. Thinking he seems to manifest a somewhat wider range of talents than those I described. You're right, of course. I chose his father well. No less than Colum, Lord of Seven Waters. They're druid folk, that family. Look how they live, shut away in their precious forest, surrounded by those others. They've got the blood of the old ones, mixed with the human strain. Kjaran's different, special. He should have ruled there after Colum. Isn't he the seventh son of a seventh son? But I was foiled. Foiled by that wretched girl and her cursed brothers. They're the ones you need to watch out for. The ones with the Fovera streak in them. I frowned in concentration. Why would that be dangerous, grandmother? The Fovera were not users of high magic. Ah, there's high magic and there's sorcerer's magic, and there's another kind. You might call it deep magic. That's what the folk from Seven Waters have, and we don't, child. None of them mind. Not all of them mind. Most of them are simple foes, like your mother, weak-willed and weak-minded. How my son ever fell for that empty little featherhead, I cannot understand. Neve ruined his life. She weakened him terribly. But now there's you, Fanya. You're my hope. I had learned that snapping back was pointless, though her dismissal of my mother winded me. Thank you, Val. My goodness. Deep magic, I queried. What is that? The magic of the earth and the ocean. That's where these folk come from long ago. That's why they cling to the islands. They are no sorcerers. They don't work spells, but some of them have the ability to speak to one another in the mind, without words. You don't know how hard I tried to develop that. Wore myself out. Either you have it or you don't. One or two of them can read the future. Powerful tools, both of them. And some of them have healing skills far beyond a physician's. Is that all? All, she says. Her laugh mocked me. Isn't that enough? Those gifts shut me out of achieving my goal for nigh on 2 generations, girl. They took my son from me and turned him soft. But now it's different. I have you, Fanya, and I have a new goal, a far grander one. You've got a little bit of everything in you, thanks to your mother. That was the one good thing she did for you, pathetic wretch that she was. I've never understood it. If Kjaran had to throw himself away on one of the Seven Water brats, why not choose the other sister? A child of that liaison would have had rare skills indeed. Never mind, Fanya. You bear the blood of 4 races. That has to count for something. This time I found it impossible not to challenge her. I don't like you to speak of my mother that way, I said, glaring. No, I speak only the truth, child. Besides, what would you care? You scarcely remember her, surely. But I suppose all your attitudes come from your father. You'll hear no ill spoken of this beloved Neve. To him she was a princess, a creature of perfection who couldn't set a foot wrong. He let losing her eat him up. Now, Fanya. Her tone had changed abruptly. You've done quite well so far, child. We should be ready in time if you keep your mind on learning. Tomorrow I'll outline what is expected of you at Seven Waters. All this you understand, the airs and graces, the easy conversation, the skills of the bedchamber. All this is only a tool, part of the means to an end. Tomorrow I'll begin to explain what that end is. You've quite a task ahead of you, granddaughter. Quite a task. Now, off to bed with you. You'll need all the rest you can get. Got 80 more to go for tonight? Oh my goodness. That night, alone in my chamber with a candle for company and the ocean roaring outside, I opened the wooden chest and brought out Riona. She seemed a little less crumpled from being squashed under blankets, and I thought I detected a trace of a frown on her neatly stitched features. I untangled her yellow hair and refastened the ties at the back of her gown. Tonight, suddenly I did not feel so grown up any more, and as I blew out the candle and lay down on my bed, I kept Riona by me, something I had not done for a long time. Is it true? I whispered into the darkness. Is that all my mother was? A stupid girl who blighted my father's life? Is that why he doesn't want to talk about her? But he said he loved her. If he would talk about her, then maybe I would remember her. Maybe I would remember something. Some little thing. Riona did not reply. Her presence by me was comforting nonetheless. My fingers touched the strange woven necklace she wore, stroked the cool, smooth surface of the white stone threaded on it. Perhaps it's best, I said to her or to myself. Perhaps it's best that I don't know. She was one of them, the humankind, the family of Seven Waters. I am of the other kind. I am my father's daughter. Best if I never know. But my hand brushed the soft silk of Riona's skirt as I fell asleep. I was seeing my mother's fingers, the swift flash of the needle as she sewed the little gown with tiny, even stitches. A gift for her daughter, to remember her by. A small friend to comfort me in the darkness when she was gone. The next morning, grandmother set things out for me. Now, Fanya, she said, watching me very closely as I stood before her in my plain gown and serviceable shoes, my hands clasped behind my back. Why do you think your father wants you to go to Seven Waters? It's not that one place that he longs to obliterate from his memory, yet cannot. Why would he send you there, his only daughter, into the heart of his enemy's territory? I am the granddaughter of a chieftain of Ulster, I told her. Father said the folk of Seven Waters have a debt to repay. He thinks I must learn to move in that circle, since there is no real future for me here in Kerry. A shiver went through me. It occurred to me for the first time that I might never return to the honeycomb. The thought terrified me. I trust my father, I went on as steadily as I could. If he wishes me to travel to Ulster, then that must be the right thing. Grandmother grimaced, awakening a network of deep wrinkles in her ancient skin. Your confidence in Ciaran's judgment is touching, my dear, if ill-founded. His decision is sound enough. It's his reasons that leave something to be desired. I put that down to his druid training. That wretch Connor has a lot to answer for. He and those brothers of his have robbed my son of his birthright and muddled his head with foolish ideas, so he doesn't know what's what anymore. They should never have survived what I did to them. But that's beside the point. Your father only told you half the truth, Fanya. Ciaran's sick. Very sick. He's sending you away because he sees a day, quite soon, when he'll no longer be here to provide for you. I felt the blood drain from my face. What? I whispered foolishly. Don't believe me. You should. I'm in the very best position to know this. Kjarn won't leave his precious little apprentice here with the fisher folk to become another wife with a gaggle of squalling brats at heel. He can't leave you with me. I come and go as I please. So he's left with only one option. Your uncle, Lord Sean of Seven Waters, Connor the Archdruid, the elusive Leodin. Those are the only family you've got. Your father sees no alternative. You mean this cough, this pallor? You mean he is dying? I forced the word out. But how can this be? Our kind are not like ordinary men and women. We live long. How can he be so sick? He said he was well. He said there was nothing wrong. Of course he said that. But there are some maladies beyond mortal remedy, Vanya. Some sicknesses that can strike even the most powerful mage. He didn't tell you the truth, because he knew you wouldn't agree to go if you knew. He was right, I said, gritting my teeth. I won't go. I cannot leave him. How could he not tell me? The two of us had been so close, had shared such long times of perfect understanding, of wordless cooperation. Hurt lodged deep within me like a cold stone. Grandmother was calm. Let me explain something to you, she said. It's not the human folk of Seven Waters that matter, child. It's the power behind them. Those otherworld creatures with their fancy manners and their grip on the rest of us. You will go to Seven Waters, if not for your father, then for me. I have a task for you to undertake, a mission for you to complete. This is big, Vanya, far bigger than you imagine. But father said, forget that. I'm his mother. I know what I'm talking about. There's one reason for you to go to Seven Waters, and one reason alone. My reason. Why do you think I came here, Vanya? I've been watching you these long years, waiting until you are ready for this. You will complete what I started. You will achieve the success long denied our kind. You'll show the fair folk that the outcast can be strong enough to deny them their heart's desire. You will thwart their long scheme. They will fall together, the folk of Seven Waters and their otherworld shadows. That's your task. I gaped at her. But, grandmother, the Tuatha De Danann, who could challenge such power? I would be crushed. She grinned sourly. I did it, and I'm still here. A little battered, but I have my will, and I nearly succeeded. They're much weakened since the islands were lost to the Britons. They had a plan for that girl, Sorsha, and her muddy boots of a lover. They have a plan for Seven Waters. I nearly ruined it. But the girl was too strong for me. I forgot the Fovera streak. Never do that, Fanya. Watch out for it. Now you'll thwart the second plan. The fair folk want the islands back. They want it all played out in accordance with the prophecy. Down to the last word, and it's all set to happen when another year has run its course, so I've heard. Prophecy? My head was spinning, quite unable to come to terms with the horror, the grandeur and the folly implicit in her words. You're passing out? Okay, thank you for coming in, Val. Thank you so much for all the gifts. Sleep well, and hopefully we'll see you again soon. It's spelled... it's spelled like the word for milk in Gwelguts. It's Fainne. Hello, Stormy. How are you? Good to see you. Yes, I made sure my notifications are on. Okay, Val. Very good. We'll be happy to have you back. We're gonna finish this book, dang it. I feel like we've been reading this forever. It's been, what, like a year and a few months, maybe? When we started reading Juliette Marie? Yes, it's Fainne. Enjoying a day of rest. Good. Resting is important. I have a terrible habit of pushing myself until my body forces me to take rest. Yes. That is correct, Bethany. Didn't Kiaran tell you anything? The islands were taken by the Britons generations back. Ever since then, Seven Waters has warred with Northwoods. Until the islands come back to the Irish, both fair folk and human folk remain in disarray. They need them. The high and mighty ones want the islands guarded, watched over. That's the only way they can protect themselves from what's to come. The prophecy said it would take a child who was neither of Britain nor of Erin, but at the same time both. And there's some nonsense about the mark of the raven. Well, they've got him at last, the leader long hoped for, grandson of that wretched Sorsha. He's grown up and ready to do battle with Northwoods, and he's got a formidable force lined up behind him. It won't be long now. Not next summer, but the one after. That's what's being said. Your task is to stop them. Simple, really. You must make sure they don't fight, or if they do, make sure they lose. Just think of that. We, the outcast ones, at last gaining the upper hand over the fair folk. I'd like to see the expressions on their faces then. I was so astonished I could barely speak. But how could I achieve such a thing? And why has father never spoken of this? It would be impossible for one girl to stop an army. I would not attempt such a task. It's ridiculous. Who are you calling ridiculous? The old woman fixed me with her very dark eyes. I felt my backbone turn to jelly, but I tried to hold firm. I would not attempt such a thing without father's approval, I said. It is impossible to believe he would support such an idea. Grandmother's gaze sharpened. Her expression alarmed me. I felt a prickle of fear go up and down my neck. Ah, she said, in a very soft voice that clutched at me like a chill hand. You'll go, Fanya, and you'll do exactly as I bid you do from now on. I will not see my plans thwarted a second time. I won't, I said, trembling. I won't leave my father. I don't care how strong your magic is. You can't make me do it. Grandmother laughed. This time it was not the tinkling bell-like laugh, but a harsh chuckle of triumphant amusement. I resemble that, Una. I have a tolerable pain level day, and of course, overdo it. And yep. I recall you did that to yourself recently. Oh, Fanya, you're so young. Wait until you begin to feel the power within yourself. Wait until men commit murder for you, and betray their strongest loyalties, and turn against what is dearest to their spirits. There's no pleasure like that. Wait until you recognize what you have within you. For you may be Kiaran's daughter, and carry the influence of his druid ways and his excess of conscience, but you are my granddaughter. Never forget that. You will always bear a little part of me somewhere deep within you. There's no denying it. You cannot make me do bad things. You cannot force me to act against my father's will. I must at least ask him. You'll find I can do just that, girl. Exactly that. From this moment on, you will perform whatever tasks I set you. You will pursue my quest to the bitter end and achieve the triumph that was denied me. You think, perhaps, that if you disobey me, you will be made to suffer. A slight headache here, a bout of purging there, warts, maybe, or a nasty little boil in an awkward spot. I'm not so simple, Fanya. Act against my orders, and it is not you who will be punished. It is your father. My heart thumped in horror. You can't, I whispered. You wouldn't. Your own son. I don't believe you. But that was not true. I had seen the look in her eyes. She grinned, revealing her little pointed teeth. A predator's teeth. My own son, yes, and what a disappointment he turned out to be. As for my will, you've already had a demonstration of that. Your father's malady is not some egg he picked up, or the result of nerves and exhaustion. It's entirely of my doing. I have been planning for some years, and watching the two of you. He senses it, maybe, but I caught him unawares, and now he cannot shake me off. So he sends you away to what he deems a place of safety. Straight off to Connor, his arch enemy. Ironic, isn't it? You're lying, I retorted, torn between horror and fury. Father's too quick with counterspells. He'd never let it happen. There's no sorcerer in the world stronger than he is. My voice spoke defiance while my heart shrank with dread. She had us trapped, the two of us, trapped by the love we bore each other. It was she who was strongest. She had been all along. Weren't you listening? She asked me. Kjaran could have been what you say. He could have been the most powerful of all, but he threw it away. He let hope destroy him. He may still practice the craft, but he hasn't the will now. He was easy prey for me. You'll need to be extremely careful. I'll give you some instructions before you leave. The slightest deviation from my orders and your father goes a little further downhill. You've seen how he is. It wouldn't take many mistakes on your part to make him very sick indeed, almost beyond saving. On the other hand, do well, and he may just get better. See what power I'm giving you. You won't know. My voice was shaking. I'll be at Seven Waters, and you said yourself you cannot read minds. I could disobey, and you would be none the wiser. Her brows rose disdainfully. You surprise me, Fanya. Have you not mastered the use of scrying bowls, the art of mirrors? I will know. I wrapped my arms around myself, for there was a chill in me that would remain now, on the brightest of summer days. My father sick, suffering, dying. How could I bear it? This was cruel indeed, cruel and clever. I suppose I have no choice, I muttered. Grandmother nodded. Very wise. It won't be long before you're enjoying it, believe me. There's an inordinate amount of pleasure that can be had in watching a great work of destruction unfold. You'll have a measure of control. After all, you do need to be adaptable. I'll give you some ideas. The rest you can work out for yourself. It's amazing what power a woman can enjoy if she learns how to make herself irresistible. I'll show you how to identify which man in a crowd of 50 is the one to target. The one with power and influence. I did that once, and I nearly had everything I wanted. I came so close. Then that girl ruined everything. I'll be as glad as Kjaran will be to see her family fail, finally and utterly. To see them disintegrate and destroy themselves. She fumbled in a concealed pocket. All right, Frost, thank you. Good night. Yep, I still want to strangle her. Yeah. We have ads? Okay. Let's go ahead and just do the ad now. And then we will continue. I'm gonna do the 3 minutes. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. You overwork yourself too, Maddie? Yep. It happens, though, when you're enjoying what you're doing, right? What do you mean, Maddie? Like, are you impressed with yourself, or are you like, why would I do that? It's always so funny how tiny I look compared to Castle after I get on the camera. I mean, I crack myself up in a good way. I'm literally that guy that laughs at his own jokes. That's funny. That's funny. You're just rereading what you wrote and you're like, I am hilarious. Pretty much, yeah. It's good you're making progress, though. I just finished my revising, so now it's time to move on to Act 2. Kind of. I decided I want to do a prologue. I need a prologue. Didn't a couple of Sorsha's brothers die trying to go after this lady? They died trying to get the islands back. They did try to find her. They were unsuccessful. They found Kieran as a baby, and then they brought him back to Seven Waters. And then Connor, the eldest, not the eldest, Liam was the eldest, but the second eldest, Connor, he was the one that joined the Druids. And as he got older, he became the leader of the Druids. And he raised Kieran to also become a Druid. And then after he went to Seven Waters to perform one of the rites for one of the festivals. And Kieran was taken along so he could learn the ways of that and to assist. But that is also when he met Neve, and they fell in love. I touch things and go flying across the map. Yep, that happens. But Cormac and Diarmid had both passed during battles. And Liam had stayed to be the Lord of Seven Waters and was basically like a father to Sean as he was being groomed to become the next Lord of Seven Waters. And Podrick, the youngest of the brothers, had decided he was going to go traveling, so he did. He traveled a lot. That was kind of just in his blood. He wanted to go out and see the world, and he was an inventor of sorts and loved animals. And then, of course, there is brain farting. Begins with an F. Begins with an F. Gosh. Why can't I remember his name? Finbar. Thank you. Yes, Finbar. Finbar was the brother that did not get the complete shirt that Sorsha made to return to human form. So one of his arms is that of a swan's. And this created a dissonance within him, so he could never fully become human, but obviously he wasn't fully swan. So he lived in solitude. And he did show up in book 2 as a voice of wisdom for Leodin when she needed it. Hey, baby. Oh. Why are you both over here suddenly? Are you bugging the old man? Huh? Are you bugging the old man? Sometimes Milo wants to play and Boo's just like, no, leave me alone. Baby. All right. ad is done, so we can continue. I don't know if you can hear Boo cleaning himself. You're not sure how he became your favorite character? Well, Finbar was very likable. Obviously, he had a very strong sense of justice and what was right. And he had a lot of courage. He stood up to his brothers and his father. And he had a very close relationship with Sorsha. So obviously through her eyes, she was very attached to him. So it makes sense that the reader would also become very attached to him. He shared the speaking through the mind with Sorsha and Connor, and he was very often coming to her aid when she was stressed or sad. Like, he was always there to comfort her. Alright, continuing. Oh. Okay. Let's see. Nope. We passed that. Okay. She fumbled in a concealed pocket. Now, you'll need every bit of help you can get. This will be useful. It's very old. A little amulet. Bit of nonsense, really. It'll protect you from the wrong sorts of influence. She slipped a cord over my neck. The token threaded on it seemed a harmless trinket. A little triangle of finely wrought bronze, whose patterns were so small I could hardly discern the shapes. Yet the moment it settled there against my heart, I seemed to see everything more clearly. My anxiety faded, and I began to understand that perhaps I could do what my grandmother wanted after all. The craft was strong in me after all. Maybe all I needed to do was follow her orders, and all would be well. I closed my fingers around the amulet. It had a sweet warmth that seemed to flow into me, comforting, reassuring. Now, Vanya, Grandmother said almost kindly, you must keep this little token hidden under your dress. Wear it always. Never take it off, understand? It will protect you from those who seek to thwart this plan. Kjarn would say the powers of the mind are enough. Comes to the druid discipline. But what do they know? I have lived among these folk, and I can tell you, you'll need every bit of assistance you can get. What she said sounded entirely practical. Yes, Grandmother, I said, fingering the bronze amulet. It will strengthen your resolve, Grandmother said. Keep you from running away as soon as things get too hard. Yes, Grandmother. Now, tell me, is there anyone you've taken a dislike to in your sheltered little corner here? Got any grudges? And there's the cat wheel. He doesn't do it for too long. Yeah, girl, don't do it. Don't wear it. I had to think about this quite hard. My circle was somewhat limited, especially of late. But one image did come into my mind. That girl with her sun-browned skin and white-toothed smile, wrapping her shawl around Derek's shoulders. There is a girl, I said cautiously. Think I had a fair idea of what was coming. A fisher girl down at the cove. I've no great fondness for her. Very well. Grandmother was looking straight into my eyes very intently. You know how to turn a frog into a bird and a beetle into a crab. What would you do with this girl? Scruples, Vanya? Her tone sharpened. No, Grandmother. I had no doubt she had told me the truth, and I must do as she asked. If I failed, my father would pay. Still, the transformation not need be forever. It need not be for long at all. I could obey her and still do this my own way. Good. Just as well the weather is better, isn't it? You can walk down this afternoon and stretch your legs. Take that dour excuse for a raven on an outing. It seems to be hanging about. You can do it then. You'll need to catch her alone. Yes, grandmother. Focus now. Remember, all you're doing is making a slight adjustment. Quite harmless in the scheme of things. I timed it so the boats were still out and the women indoors. If I were seen at all, 2 and 2 would most certainly be put together. I lacked the skill to command invisibility, for as my grandmother had told me, we had been stripped of the higher powers. Still, I was able to slip from rocky outcrop to wind-whipped bushes to stone wall without drawing attention to myself, crooked foot or no. And it appeared that Fiaha knew quite well what I was doing, for he behaved exactly like any other raven that just happened to be in the settlement that day. Most of the time he sat in a tree watching me. The girl was outside her cottage, washing clothes in a tub. Her glossy brown hair was dragged back off her face, and she seemed more ordinary than I had remembered. 2 very small children played on the grass nearby. I watched for a little, unseen where I stood in the shade of an outhouse. But I did not watch for long. I did not allow too much time for thought. The girl looked up and said something to the children, and one of them shrieked with laughter, and the girl grinned, showing her white teeth. I moved my hand and made the spell in my head, and an instant later, a fine fat codfish was flapping and gasping on the earthen pathway, and the brown-skinned girl was gone. The 2 infants appeared not to notice, absorbed in their small game. I watched as the fish twisted and jerked, desperate for life. I would leave it just long enough to show I was strong, just long enough to prove to my grandmother that I could do this. Then I would point my finger and speak the charm of undoing. Now, maybe. I began to focus my mind and summon the words. Before I could whisper them, a woman came bustling out of the cottage, a sharp knife in her hand and a frown on her lined features. She was a big woman, and she stopped on the path right before me, blocking my view of the thrashing fish. And while I could not see the creature, I had changed. I could not work the counterspell. Move, I willed her. Move now, quick. Rid, she called. Where are you, girl? Move away. Oh, please. Where's your sister gone? The woman seemed to be addressing the 2 infants, not expecting a reply. And what's this doing here? Before my horrified gaze, she bent and scooped up something from the path. If only she would turn a little. All I needed was a glimpse of a silvery tail, or staring eye, or gasping mouth, and I could change the girl back. I would do it even if it meant all knew the truth. If I did not do it, I would be a murderer. Who's been here? The woman asked the children. Tinker lad's playing tricks. I'll have something to say to your sister when she gets back, make no doubt of that. Leaving the 2 of you alone with a tub of wash water? That's asking for trouble. Still, this'll go down well with a bit of cabbage and a dumpling or 2. She made a quick movement with her hand, the one that held the knife, and then, only then, she half turned, and I saw the fish hanging limp in her grip, indeed transformed into no more than a welcome treat for a hungry family's table. I was powerless. It was too late. The greatest sorcerer in the world cannot bestow the gift of life. A freezing terror ran through me. It was not just that I had done the unforgivable. It was something far worse. Had I not just proved my grandmother right? I bore the blood of a cursed line, a line of sorcerers and outcasts. It seemed I could not fight that. It would manifest itself as it chose. Were not my steps set so inevitably towards darkness? I turned and fled in silence, and the woman never saw me. Later we heard news from the settlement of the girl's disappearance. A search was mounted. They looked for her everywhere, but nobody mentioned the dead fish, and the children were too little to tell a tale. The incident became old news. They never found the girl. The best they could hope for was that she'd run off with some sweetheart and made a life elsewhere. Odd, though. She'd been such a good lass. After that, it became more difficult to get sleep. Riona stayed in the chest. I could imagine her small eyes looking at me, looking in the darkness, telling me truths about myself with never a word spoken. I did not want to hear what she might have to say. I did not want to think about anything in particular. I knew a lot of mind games, tricks Father had shown me for focusing the concentration, strategies for shutting out what was not wanted. But now, none of them seemed to work. Instead, my mind repeated these things over and over. My grandmother's voice saying, "Scruples, Vanya." Derek, watching as I made the fire with my pointed finger. Derek frowning. "You're a danger to yourself." And a little image of a red-haired girl weeping and weeping, frenzied with grief, eyes squeezed shut, hands clutching her head, nose streaming, hoarse voice and ragged with sobbing. She of them all I wanted out of my mind. I could not bear to witness so wild a display of anguish. It made me want to scream. It made me want to cry. I could feel the tears building up in me. But our kind do not weep. "Stop it! Stop it!" I hissed, willing her away. Then she raised her blotched and tragic face to me, and the girl was myself. "Hello, Milu. You rated with a party of 1. Thank you." You're getting tired. I couldn't see if I actually had someone watching, but thought, yeah, thank you for that. Hope you were having a good stream. We all know I cannot sound the Viking raspberries. She rated with herself, yeah. You've been listening? Okay, good. You're not missing out on the story. How much longer do we have here? We are on page 69 and we still haven't finished 2 chapters. Oh my goodness. Okay. Alright. We've got a bit. After an endless winter and a chill spring, summer came and the traveling folk returned to the cove. I passed my 15th birthday. This year, when I might have roamed abroad free of Father's restrictions, I did not climb the hill to see the long shadows mark out the day of Derek's arrival. But I heard the sweet, sad voice of the pipes, piercing the soft stillness of dusk. And I knew he was there. Part of me still longed to escape, to make my way up to the secret place and sit by my friend, looking out over the sea, talking. Or not talking as the mood took us. But it was easy this time to find reasons not to go. Most of them were reasons I did not want to think about, but they were there, hidden away somewhere inside me. There was that girl, and what I had done. It didn't seem to matter that my grandmother had made me do it. It didn't seem to make a difference that I had intended only to scare her, that I had been prevented from changing her back in time. It was still I who had done it, and that made me a murderer. I knew what I had done was an abuse of the craft, and yet, all that I had, all that I was, I owed to my father. To save him, I must be prepared to do the unthinkable. I had shown myself strong enough, but I did not want anyone to ask me about it, particularly Derek. And there was another, even more compelling reason. Something my grandmother had said one day. "There's a further step," she told me. "You did well. You did considerably better than I thought, in terms of the end result. But it's easy to tamper when you hate. Easy enough when you don't care. You may need to do more than that. Tell me, Fanya, is there anyone who is a special friend? Anyone you are particularly fond of?" I thought very quickly, and blessed my grandmother's failure to master the skill of mind reading. "Nobody," I said calmly. "Except Father, of course." Grandmother grimaced. "Are you sure? No friends? No sweetheart?" "No, I suppose not. Pity. You do need to practice that." "Why? Why should I? What do you mean?" She sighed. "Tell me, what things are most important to you?" I framed my answer with care. The task I have been set. That's all that's important. Seems easy, doesn't it? You go to Seven Waters, you insinuate your way into the household, you work your magic, and the task is complete. But what if you become friends with them? What if you like them? It may not be so easy then. That's when the real test of strength begins. These folk are closely tied with the Tuatha Dé, Fanya. You will not hurt one without wounding the other. Like them? My amazement was quite genuine. Become friends with the family that destroyed my mother, and took away my father's dreams. How could I? You'd be surprised. Grandmother's tone was dryly amused. They're not monsters for all they did. And you've encountered few folk here shut away with Ciaran at the end of the world. He did you no favors by bringing you to Carrie, child. You'll need to be very canny. You'll need to remember who you are, and why you're there, every moment of every day. You cannot afford to relax your guard, not for an instant. There are dangerous folk at Seven Waters. How will I know who? Some will be safe. Some are harmless. Some have the power to stop you if you give yourself away. That's what happened to me. See that it doesn't happen to you, because this is our last chance. You'll need to beware of that fellow with the swan's wing. What? Surely I had not heard her properly. He's the danger. He's the one who can cross over and come back when it suits him. Watch out for him. I was eager to know what she meant, but try as I might, she would tell me no more that afternoon. Indeed, she seemed suddenly in a very ill temper, and started to punish me with sharp wasp-like stings for each small error in the casting of spell of substitution. It became necessary to concentrate extremely hard. Too hard to ask awkward questions. I learned about pain that summer. My grandmother's earlier tricks were nothing to the punishments she inflicted on me when she thought me defiant or stubborn, when she caught me dreaming instead of applying myself to the task at hand. She could induce a headache that was like the grip of an earth dragon's jaws, an agony that turned the bowels to water and drained whatever will I might once have summoned to aid me. She could pierce the belly with 1,000 long needles, and cause every corner of the skin to itch and burn and fester, so that one screamed for mercy. Almost screamed. She knew I was young, and she would stop just before the torture became unbearable. What she thought of my strength of will she never said. Oh no, Bear, oh no. It's okay, the fire will still be enjoyable. I endured what she did, since there was no choice. My father could not have known she would treat me thus, or he would never have left me to her mercies. I learned and was afraid. She showed me one night, a vision that struck a far deeper terror in me. Just in case, she said. You think to change your mind once you are gone from here, just to erase that little glint of defiance from your eyes, Fanya. You think I lied to you, perhaps, that this is all some kind of elaborate fantasy. Look in the coals there, where the flame grows deepest red. Slow your breathing and shut out all else as you have been taught to do. Look hard and tell me what you see. But there was no need to put it into words. She must have read in my face the horror I felt as I stared into the fire and saw the tiny image of my father, his strong features contorted, his body twisted with pain, his chest racked with a coughing that seemed fit to split him asunder. Blood dribbled from his gasping mouth. His hands clutched blindly at the air. His dark eyes stared like a madman's. My whole body went cold. I heard myself whispering, "Oh no, no, no." I might have begged her then, if I had the strength to find words for it. "Oh yes," Grandmother said, as the vision faded and I slumped back to crouch on the rug before the hearth. "It matters nothing to me if this is my son or a stranger, Fanya. All that matters is the task in hand." "My father," I stammered. "Is he—" What you see is not now. It is the future. A possible future. If you want a different picture, it is up to you to ensure you obey my orders and perform what is required of you. Defy me and he'll die slowly. You'll do as I tell you, and you'll keep your mouth shut about it. I hope you believe me, child. You're a very silly girl if you didn't. Do you believe me, Fanya?" "Yes, grandmother," I whispered. The warm days passed, and the voices of children floated up on the summer breeze and made their way, laughing and shrieking, into the shadowy inner chambers of the honeycomb. The curas sailed out of the cove into the dawn and returned at dusk, laden with their gleaming catch. Women mended nets on the jetty. Brown-skinned lads exercised horses along the strand, high-stepping over the mounded seaweed. I lay awake, night after night, listening to the distant lament of the pipes. Though Fiaha came and went, there was no sign at all of father, and I began to fear I might never see him again. That hurt me terribly, and yet I did not want him to see what I was becoming, to witness my ill use of the craft, and so in a way his absence was a relief. You're a major pyro? I think we all are a little bit. All right, Maddie. I haven't played Animal Crossing in forever, Milo. You guys are silly. I hoped he would never have to learn the truth, that in sending me forth he sacrificed his only child to the most foolhardy and impossible of quests, where his own life was the price of failure. As for grandmother, to her I was no more than a finely tuned weapon, a tool many years in the fashioning, which she would now employ for a purpose of such grandeur, I still struggled to come to terms with it. The summer was nearly ended. Grandmother had made practical preparations of a sort. My small storage chest now held 2 gowns of a slightly better standard than my usual garb of old working dress and serviceable apron. I had a new pair of indoor shoes, as well as my walking boots. A man had made them specially, muttering to himself as he took measure of my misshapen foot. This was a trial. I would have blistered the cobbler's fingers for him, but I needed the shoes. I had not asked my grandmother how I was to travel to Seven Waters. It was a long way. I knew that because Derek had told me. Nearly the length and breadth of Erin. But I had no idea how many moons such a journey might take. Perhaps my grandmother would work a spell of transportation, and send me north in an instant with my baggage by my side. In the end, there was no need to ask, for one day grandmother simply announced that it was time to go. "You'll travel north on Dan Walker's cart," she said, checking the strap which fastened my storage chest. "Very practical, if not altogether stylish." "Practical?" I echoed in dismay. "What's practical about it?" "You'll arouse a great deal less suspicion if you turn up with the traveling folk," she said dryly, "than by manifesting yourself in your uncle's hall amidst a shower of sparks. This way nobody'll notice you. What's one more lass among the great gaggle of people? Not nervous, are you? Surely I've worked that out of you by now. Use the glamour if you must. But what pleases you, child? Be what pleases you, child. These folk are only tinkers, Fanya. They're nothing." "Yes, grandmother." Her words did little to settle the nervous churning in my stomach. I knew I must be strong. The task I undertook for my grandmother, her terrible work of vengeance against those who had slighted our kind, must be pursued with the utmost strength of purpose. My father's very life was in my hands. I could not fail. I would not fail. Still, I was barely 15 years old, tortured by shyness and quite unused to the world at large. It was this, I suppose, that made me such a subtle weapon. I must have seemed as innocuous as some little hedge creature that scuttles for cover at any imagined danger. I took my leave of grandmother. If she still harbored any doubts, she kept them to herself. I almost wish I was coming with you, she sighed. And for an instant I caught a glimpse of that other manifestation she was fond of, an alluring, curvaceous young creature with auburn hair and pearly skin. There must be fine men in those parts still, though there'll never be another column, and I could still cast my net, make no doubt of it. Then, abruptly, she was herself again. But I can see it wouldn't do. They'd know me, glamour or no. The druid would know me. So would that other one. This is your time, child. Remember what I have taught you. Remember what I have told you. Every little thing, Vanya. Yes, grandmother. We walked out of the honeycomb to the point where the cliff path stretched ahead all the way down to the shore and along to the western end of the cove, where Dan Walker and his folk would be making ready for departure. And there, dark-cloaked, ashen-faced, stood my father, staring silent over the sea. My heart gave a great lurch. I might walk down with you, grandmother said. See you on your way. It's not easy to cast a spell over a fellow practitioner of the art. You need to be quick, or you'll encounter a barrier or counterspell, and your efforts will be entirely wasted. This was exceptionally quick. In an instant, without so much as a glance at each other, both father and I threw nets of immobility over grandmother, so that she was held there in place from both left and right, feet rooted to the rock, mouth slightly open, eyes frozen in piercing annoyance. She'll be angry, I remarked to father as we set off down the path, he carrying my small wooden chest on his shoulder, I clutching a roll of bedding for the journey. Fiaha flew overhead. I'll deal with it, father said calmly. I glanced at him and thought I detected a shadow of amusement in his dark eyes. But he was thin, so thin, and he seemed far older than he had last autumn, his cheeks hollow, his severe mouth bracketed by new lines of pain. Now, Fanya, we don't have long. Are you well? This will have been a difficult time for you, a time of great change. It was hard for me to leave you thus, hard but necessary. Are you ready for this journey now, daughter? I picked my way with caution down the narrow, steep pathway. It had been raining, and the surface was treacherous. Questions raced through my head. How could you let your own mother do this to you? And why didn't you tell me the truth? And strongest of all, will I ever see you again? I could not ask any of them, for grandmother would know, and it would be my father who was punished for it. I longed to throw my arms around him and blurt out the whole truth, and be a child again in a world where the rules made sense. I could not tell him anything. Yes, I'm ready, I said, feeling an odd sensation behind my eyes, as if I were about to cry. Sure? Yes, father. So we walked on in silence, and it seemed to me that although we walked quite slowly, as if reluctant to reach the end, we were very soon down on the level track that skirted the strand, and Dan and Peg and the jostle of bright-clad folk were in sight along the path. Father, I said abruptly. Yes, Fanya. I want to thank you for being such a good teacher. To thank you for the wisdom and your patience, and for letting me find things out for myself, for trusting me. He said nothing for a moment. When he did speak, his voice was a touch unsteady. Vanya, it is difficult for me to say this to you. What, father? You need not go, if you do not wish to do so. If, in your heart, you feel this way is not for you, you have that choice. Not go? My heart thumped. Now that it was too late, he told me I could stay, and I was forbidden to say yes. I cleared my throat. I had never lied to him before. When we have come so far, not to do this for you, do I not owe it to my mother to go back to Seven Waters and become what she would wish me to be? Surely I must go. And oh, how I longed to tell him I would give everything to stay with him in Kerry, and have things be as they once were. But he was my father, and for his own sake I must find the courage to leave him. I wished simply for you to understand that ultimately what occurs, what develops, is for you to determine. And Fanya, this may be far greater, a far more momentous unfolding of events than either you or I have ever envisioned. Envisaged is the word she used, sorry. So important that I would not dare put it into words for you. We are what we are by birth and blood. Over that we have no control. We cannot break the mold of our kind. But one always has the choice to practice the craft, to one end or the another, or to stand aside. That choice you do have, daughter. I stared at him. Not practice the craft? But what else is there? Father made no reply, simply gave a little nod. His expression remained impassive. He had ever been a master of control. We began to walk again, our last walk together around the cove, with the plumes of spray dashing the honeycomb behind us, and the remote cries of the gulls above us, and ahead, Dan Walker advancing toward us, a hand reached out in greeting, and a grin on his dark bearded face. Well, Ciaran, you brought the lass, I see. You have that bundle to Darragh, young lady, and we'll see you settled on the cart. All ready to go. I nodded nervously, staring at the ground. I did not even look at Darragh as he came up and plucked the roll of bedding out of my hands. The wooden chest was loaded unceremoniously onto the cart, and I found myself hoisted up on the other one, to be seated next to Peg's friend Molly, and several small girls with rather loud voices. Father stood alongside, and I thought he seemed even paler than before, if that were possible. I'll take good care of her, Ciaran, said Dan as he leapt up on the first cart and took the reins in his hand. She'll be safe with us. Father nodded acknowledgement. At the back of the assembled folk, the lads were herding ponies into line, whistling sharply. Dogs added their excited voices. Yaha retreated to a vantage point atop a dead tree, and the gulls scattered. Well, said Father quietly. Goodbye, daughter. It may be a long time. Now that the final parting has come, I could hardly speak. The task ahead was so daunting it could hardly be imagined. Change the course of a battle. Beat the fair folk at a game they had been practicing for more years than there were grains of sand on the white shore of the cove. A momentous unfolding of events. I must complete the task my grandfather had begun. My grandmother had begun. I must do it at any cost, to repay him for the years of patience and the priceless gift of knowledge. Goodbye, Father, I whispered, and then Peg called to the horses and gave a practice flick of the reins, and we were off. I looked back over my shoulder, watching my father's still figure growing smaller and smaller. I remember colors, the deep red of his hair, the ashen white of his stern face, the long black cloak, a sorcerer's cloak. Behind him the sea swept in and out, and the sky built with angry clouds, slate, purple, violet, dark and mysterious as the hide of some great ocean creature. A wind began to stir the beaten branches of the low bushes that bordered the track, and the little girls huddled together under their blanket, giggling and whispering behind their hands. It'll pass, said Peg to nobody in particular. All right there, lassie, queried Molly rather awkwardly. I gave a stiff nod and winced as the cart went over a rock. Then we rounded a bend in the road, and Father was gone. There it is. Page 75. Hey, we made it. How many people did we lose? Fall asleep? You guys ready to go to bed? What is this sleep I speak of? The stuff you need. Hey, baby.
Hello, everybody.
Your head's so much bigger than mine.
Nuh-uh.
It is.
Nuh-uh.
All right. I think my voice is pretty much dead. What I need is caffeine, tacos, and money. I feel you on that. You are welcome, Bear. Bed is at a war. All right. You guys get some rest. Thank you for hanging out with us here at the tavern. We hope you enjoyed the stories. We will see you again Tuesday evening if all goes well. We'll just cross our fingers and hope that we have no more technical difficulties. Of course, Maddie. Thank you, Stormy. You too. Please get some rest.
You got enough folk you can raid out to over on Twitch.
Yeah, we can do a raid. You guys ready to do a raid? Let's see what we got. You've got Falcor. You do Falcor since she'll be mellow. It is late, so let's go ahead and get that ready. So thank you again, you guys. Hello, Teresa. Yeah, that's true. That the family had just told them. Ain't no rest for the Raiders, that's right. No, it'll be nice, you know, she does the ASMR stuff, so it'll be nice and mellow to wind down. Get ready for bed. Okay, Maddie, sounds good. Good night, you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with us and being here in the tavern. We really appreciate you. And I'm glad that you're here enjoying this story with me. I really enjoy this author, and I'm happy to share it with you. You did good. I'm glad. All right, we'll go raid. Thank you very much. Much love. Mwah. Sleep well.